It's going halfway. It's got a that's the time. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It was so much fun tonight. We got sometimes. It's we see next time.
Tom, Tom, leave him alone.
Test.
when you grow up. No, he's not ready. Magicians. Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you, for coming to your special meeting of your Unified Governor Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 26, 2025. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioner staff and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or they may be on site. All participants joining by phone, I ask that you please mute your phone at this time when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that if you're allowed to speak, that you announce yourself by name and title or city of residence every time that you're allowed to speak. This is so the public knows exactly who is speaking. And make sure that when you speak, that you speak at a level into the microphone so your comments can be captured for record by the clerk. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. When the public is allowed to speak, please make sure that you only speak to the items that are relative to tonight's agenda. And those topics should be limited to the items to tonight's agenda. In keeping with the expectation for decorum in this meeting, we ask that everyone please be respectful of everyone's comments, opinions, and viewpoints. And please know that any disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted, will not be tolerated, as to include any acts of disorderly conduct during this meeting. Before I call the meeting to order, as many of you know, we lost one of Kansas City, Kansas Police Department's finest today. Officer Hunter Simsick. Excuse me if I didn't pronounce that perfectly. 26-year-old officer who was a son, someone's baby, a brother, someone that loved him dearly, and a colleague of the good men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. It's hard for me to meet with that family this morning at the hospital because I know there were no words that I could say that could comfort them or bring their baby back. A young man, 26 years old. I think that speaks for itself. He wasn't just a police officer. He lived here. He was a lot of people's neighbors, friends. He mentored kids. He read to kids at Banneker Elementary School. He volunteered. And if you talk to any of the people that knew him, he was just a good person outside of the uniform as well as in the uniform. I just ask that the community continue to lean on your faith and support the good men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, because it's 30 days to the day today we lost Deputy Ming. And a lot of people are hurting and still struggling. And so thoughts and prayers and anything you do that can support our public safety professionals and these families. As your mayor, I ask that anything good you can do to uplift them, let's come together as a community and do that. We normally don't have prayer or special meetings, but I think in light of the events today, we will start this meeting with prayer. And I'll ask Pastor Stevie Wakes to come and give the prayer, and then if everyone will please stand.
Dear God, we come again with broken hearts. Another young man who was hired to protect and serve has gone away from us. And Father, we pray for his family, his co-workers, those of us who knew him. We pray, oh God, that you would continue mending our hearts that have been torn apart again for such a tragic loss. We pray, oh God, that you would be with us all, Lord, as we come together to find solutions, Lord, to the difficulties and the challenges that we face within the unified government. We thank you, Father, for the mayor and the various commissioners who have found the energy and the strength to make it to this meeting to take this matter of business into their hands, Lord, and try to bring resolution to the tax matter and the budget matter. Lord, it takes all of us, but especially we need you, oh God, to come in our midst, to be with us as we share together and try to bring solutions, oh God, to the problems that we face together. We need you in our midst, not only today, Lord, but in the hours, the days, the weeks, the months, the years to come. Guide us through our deliberations tonight. Continue, Lord, to help us to look to you. For it's the name of our Lord and Savior we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I'll now call this special meeting of the Board of Commissioners for Tuesday, August 26, 2025 to order. Clerk, can you announce the meeting and roll call?
Good evening. You're hereby notified that a special meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, is scheduled to be conducted in a hybrid format in the Commission Chambers of the Municipal Office Building, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, on Tuesday, August 26, 2025 at 7 p.m. regarding a public hearing regarding the governing body's intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate and consideration of a resolution and ordinance approving the same, and public hearing regarding the proposed 2025 amended budget and the proposed 2026 budget. Roll call. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Ramirez. Hill.
Here.
Kane. Lopez.
Here.
Stites. Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Garner.
Here. Thank you, Clerk. This evening, the governing body is conducting a combined public hearing to receive comments regarding the governing body's intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate, as well as comments regarding the proposed 2025 amended budget and the proposed 2026 budget. Speakers may address the governing body on both issues at the same time if you choose to do so. At this time, I'm going to ask our budget director, Mr. Reginald Lindsay, to come forward, and he will begin with the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reginald Lindsay. I'm Unified Government Budget Director. Having joining me tonight is Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director, then also our CFO, Dr. Shelley Knieven. So we're here tonight for a public hearing for our final public hearing for the budget, and then also the revenue neutral rate. So back at the beginning of the year, on January 11th, County Administrator Johnston started working on his budget with the commission. He had a retreat with the elected body back then. Since then, we've had 10 budget workshops. Within that time, we have done a statistical valid citizen survey. Also, we have hosted the community in our 4th season of Dot Talks, which is something that was introduced under Mayor Garner so that we can go out to all corners of the community and discuss the budget. And then we also had our traditional budget hearing here in the commission chambers. So some of the key insights that we learned and what we heard and what was shared with us during the budget hearings and the citizen survey was that depending on where you are in the county, that shapes your priority. And then also residents want support services they use and want to know where their tax dollars are going. Balancing our budget and cutting costs and finding new revenues are key to our physical health. Also, growth is necessary through economic development, but should come with clear community benefit. On the screen are the North Stars that guided us through our budget process, which priority 1 was to uphold physical sustainability. Priority 2, foster economic development. Priority 3, focus on service and communication. And priority 4, improve infrastructure. The 2026 budget that was proposed by County Administrator Johnston is a $509 million budget. It is made up of general funds, other tax levy funds, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds and fiduciary funds. With the increased valuation for the tax levy fund, with tax levy fund for the city funds totals, 2024, we were bringing in $67 million. There was a 7% increase in excess valuations, would bring that number up to $71 million, which would have been an additional $4.7 million, which is equivalent to 2.3 mills. Also on the county side, property tax levied in 2024 was $73.3 million with a mill rate of 33.4. And with a 7% increase, we'd be bringing in $78 million, and that's an additional $5.3 million in revenue, which is equivalent to 2.3 mills. To kind of drill down into the revenue growth on the city side, we have 3 categories of funds, the tax levy funds, the enterprise funds, and the special revenue funds. Total revenue that we have coming in is $376 million in 2026. That's $22 million more than in 2025. The largest increase was in real estate property taxes at 13.3%. And then, transfers in was the largest at 21.2%. And then real estate property taxes at 13.3%. And then 7% were from dedicated revenues from our different funds within the enterprise funds and the special revenue funds. And then we had sales and use tax that came in at 5.2%. On the county side, again, we have tax levy funds, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds. Revenue-wise, we have a total of $119 million that's coming in, compared to the $111 million last year. Our largest increase was in real estate property tax. Next was dedicated revenues at 6.7%, and then sales and use tax at 6.4%. Combining both the city and the county is what this chart is going through. And again, we have $496 million of revenues that came in, or that we're estimating come in for 2026. 2025, we had $465 million. Our largest increase was in real estate property tax from last year at 13.5%. The next largest was transfers in at 8.5%, and then dedicated revenue sources at 6%. Breaking down the city general fund, we have a balanced budget of $193 million of revenues coming in, and then expenses going out at $193 million. On the revenue side, our largest revenue category is sales and use tax at 32%, and then property tax comes in at number 2 at 22%, and the BPU pilot following very closely at 20%. And we can see that taxes make up 90% of the revenues that come in. And then on the expense side, we have a $193 million budget. Public safety personnel makes up 58% of that. Other personnel makes up 15% of that. And personnel in general makes up 73% of the expenses in the city general fund, with other expenses being 27%, and those consist of contractual services at 12%, and then also our annual appropriation, and then our grants and claims. This is a view of our long-range forecast. There's two different views. We have one if we were to go revenue neutral for the 2026 budget, and then another one for the 2026 current proposed budget. Zoning in on the 2026 column in the revenue neutral budget, we can see we have $174 million of revenues coming in, total expenses going out $182 million. And that's puts us at a negative structural imbalance of $8.5 million. Also, we would have a cash basis ending fund balance of $26 million with a 14% fund balance. One of the things that the commission has committed to in a policy that was passed was a 25% fund balance. Also, we can see out in the outer years, in 2029 and 2030, that we could not approve a budget. We'd be $9.4 million in the hole in 2029, and then 2030, we'd be $24 million in the hole. Looking at the current proposed 2026 budget, which does include assessed value increases and also an additional 2 mills, we can see the 2026 budget has $181 million revenues coming in, and then $182 million of expenses going out. Structural imbalance does fall to $1.1 million, and our fund balance is almost 19%. And we can see, like, in the outer years, all the outer years going out to 2020, 30, we would be able to approve a budget. Current slide is a view of revenue neutral and current mill rate valuations compared to proposed budget with 2 mills and a maximum mill levy of 3 mills. So our revenue neutral budget, we'd have $174 million of revenues going in, and again, total expenses going out of $182 million. Net change would be negative $8.6 million with a projected fund balance of 14%. Total city mill rate would be 32.175. At the current mill rate with full valuation, we'd have $177 million of revenues coming in and $182 million of expenses going out. We'd have a net change structural imbalance of negative $5 million, and a projected fund balance of 16%, with a mill rate of 34.4. And the budget that was proposed would be have an additional 2 mills and provide $181 million in total revenue, and the total expenses would be $182 million. Net change would be $1.1 million, and we'd have an 18.5 million, or 18.5% fund balance. Now we're going to take a look at the county side of the budget. And so we're going to start out with the county general fund. On the county side, we have $94 million of revenues coming in and $94 million of expenses going out. Property tax are the largest source of revenue at 68%. And then we have sales and use tax at 10%. And then motor vehicle taxes at 5% and other revenues at 8%. And other revenues consist of intergovernmental miscellaneous revenues and then interest income and fines and forfeitures and penalties. On the expense side, 69% of the budget goes towards personnel. Public safety personnel makes up 43% of that. Other personnel makes up 26% of that. And then other expenses in total makes up expenses going out the door, and that consists of contractual service, also commodities, and then transfers out. This is a view of the county general funds, long-range forecast for both a revenue neutral 2026 budget and then also our current proposed 2026 budget. And again, commission has pre-committed to a fund balance of 25%. So if we look at the revenue neutral view, we can see in the 2026 budget, we do have $83 million of revenues coming in. The total expense is $94 million, which gives a structural imbalance of $10 million. And with this, that would put us in the red where we would be able to approve a budget. And we'd have to come up with $6.7 million to even approve a budget. And if we look out into the future years, going to 2027, 2028, and 2029, and 2030, same case for all those years, we are in the red. And then going to the county general fund view for the proposed 2026 budget. 2026 budget does have total revenues of $93 million coming in. This $93 million does include assessed value and 2 additional mills. Total expenses are $94 million. And we can see that we do have a structural imbalance of $833,000. Cash basis ending fund balance would be $2.8 million. And we'd have a reserve of 3%, and we do shoot for 25%. And then going out into the future years, we can see that, the budget does stay steady. We do keep a fund balance, and we do keep a razor thin margin as far as the reserves of our expenditures. Current slide is a long-range view of our forecast and the comparison for scenarios for revenue neutral scenario, current mill rate and full valuation, and proposed budget with additional 2 mills, and then the maximum mill levy of 3 mills. 1 mill on the county side does produce $2.2 million. And we can see that total revenue, if we were again going to go revenue neutral, would be $83 million. Total expenses, $94 million. Net change and structured balance would be $10.4 million. And we'd have a mill rate of 31.1. If we were to go current mill rate with full valuation without any additional mills, we'd have a total revenue of $88.8 million. The total expenses going out are $94.1 million and a structural imbalance of a negative $5.3 million. And with a projected fund balance of 1.7, and the mill rate would stay steady at 33.4. With the budget that we have proposed, we are proposing a budget with an additional 2 mills, which would be $93.3 million of total revenues coming in, and the total expenses will be $94.1 million with a structure and balance of $833,000. And the meal would raise by two mills to 35 mills. So some of the things that County Administrator Johnson has built into this 2026 budget is parks. We have additional futsal court maintenance, solar lighting at Call Point, playground equipment replacement, neighborhood park improvements. And then facility-wise, we have fire station architecture and engineering fees and land acquisition for a new fire station. And then for the police department, we have engineering fees and land acquisition for a new West Patrol. Infrastructure-wise, we have paper and preservation. Between the amended budget and the 2026 budget, it's one of the largest amounts we've ever had for paper and preservation. Also, annual infrastructure programs and debt. Also, we have bridges to repair bridges and debt and cash across the budget. And then economic development-wise, we have Rock Island Bridge projects, expanded small business programs. We approved plans established for building homes, also expanded redevelopment programs. And then on the technology side for the police department, we have body camera support, a new jail management system for the sheriff, a tax management system for the clerk's office, treasury, the appraiser's office, and then we also a new broadcast replacement system for our UGTV. And then we're going to enhance our parking meter system to bring it up to date where people can pay from their phones. Also, we do have a 1% pilot reduction within the budget. And also we kept funding for the pilot rebate at the same levels that we have in the past. Here's a breakdown of where your city dollar goes. So we see public safety is definitely the largest portion, with fire and police making up the largest portion. Then community service, we have transit is the largest, and then general government, we have technology, and then infrastructure, we have definitely buildings and logistics and public works. On the county side, here's a breakdown of where your dollars are going. Most of the dollars in the county general fund go towards the sheriff's department and public safety in general. General government, portion of it does go to finance and technology and appraiser. Then on the county side, we do have judicial services where funding is going to for the district attorney and also district court. And then infrastructure-wise, we have building and logistics. What is revenue neutral? Revenue neutral is a state legislation approved in 2021 to increase transparency about municipal revenues. It's not about changing tax rates, but about anticipating revenues in the next proposed budget. The revenue neutral rate means that the tax rate for the current tax year that would generate the same tax revenue as levied in the previous year, using the current year's total assessed valuation. Total assessed valuation changes due to market values, market sales values and new development, and adjusting revenues without changes to the tax rate. Examples of this is when assessed values may be added to the current year's total assessed value, which would include the construction of any new structures or improvements or the remodeling of existing structures, expiration of property tax abatements or TIFs, increased valuations of property due to higher comparable sales. In summary, total assessed valuation, which is defined as total taxable value, is used as an input calculation for revenue neutral. Property tax is calculated by taxable assessed valuation times mill levy divided by 1,000, and that equals your property tax revenue levy. Some key facts about one mill. One mill for $150,000 residential homes equals about $17 a year. for a $500,000 commercial property equals $125 a year. Increased valuation impact comparable for 2025 tax bill to the 2026 tax bill. Um, With residential, for the 2026 tax bill, you'd have if you're on the city, if you have paying city property tax and county property tax, you'd have $197 a year increase. If you have a commercial property, you'd be paying $1,000 a year increase. And if you're only not paying city and county only, in 2026, it'd be a $98 increase on the residential side, and then on the commercial side, it'd be a $528 increase. Current slide compares mill rates across the state of Kansas. It's comparing 1996 to 2025. So in 1996, the city of Kansas City, Kansas had a city mill levy of 64, and it ranked number one as the highest mill levy in the state of Kansas for first-class cities. Now in 2025, the city mill levy is down to 34.4. It is the 15th lowest out of all. And it out of the rank of 2020 or 26 first-class cities. And then Wyandotte County in 1996 had a 32.7 mill rate with adjusted addition of 2 mills in for 2025, or the 2025 mill rate is 33. It ranks at 98, lowest in the state of Kansas out of 105 first-class counties. Yes, why is this important? Financial health, that is, and the growth in the property tax revenues is important in order to support physical health of the community, in order to continue to provide quality services to our residents. Additional revenues allows for continued investments in infrastructure, services, and other community priorities. And it prevents service reductions from increasing market costs experienced by the UG for existing services. Some key dates that we still have left in the budget process, or today we're here for revenue neutral hearing. On tomorrow, Wednesday, August the 28th, we're going to have our 11th budget workshop. And then on Thursday, August the 28th, budget action items will be presented to the commission to vote on regarding the budget on Thursday, August the 28th. And then at a full commission meeting on Thursday, September 25th, there will be a resolution to pass the Wyandotte County Library Board's budget. And with that being said, I'll turn this back over to Mayor Garner.
Thank you, Director Lindsay. I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'll ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments regarding this item.
Yes, Mayor, we have received comments.
Okay. Clerk, if you can read those.
Our first comment is from Emily Thornton. Dear Commissioners, I'm writing as a concerned resident to strongly urge you to keep a revenue neutral budget for the upcoming fiscal year. As you know, rising property values automatically lead to higher property tax bills unless the mill levy is adjusted downward. Without a revenue neutral approach, many longtime residents, especially seniors, families on fixed income, and working households will face higher taxes that could force them out of their homes. A revenue neutral budget does not cut essential services. It simply ensures that the county collects the same overall tax revenue as last year, preventing automatic tax hikes driven by increased property values. This is a fair and responsible approach, especially during a time when many in our community are already struggling with rising costs of living. By committing to a revenue neutral budget, you will protect our most vulnerable residents from displacement, maintain public trust in county governance, demonstrate fiscal responsibility and accountability. Our homes are the foundation of our community. We cannot allow property tax increases to erode that foundation. I respectfully request that you vote to stay revenue neutral and keep our county affordable for all. Thank you for your service to our community and for considering this urgent request. Sincerely, Emily Thornton. From Betty Schuler. I am a resident of Wyandotte County and have been all my life. I am asking you, please do not vote to raise our property taxes. I am 75 years old and struggling to make ends meet. I do not want to lose my home I have lived in since January 1986. My husband passed in 2005, so it's been hard to keep up with all the price increases anymore. Please vote no to property tax increase. Sincerely, Betty Schuler. Steve Sessions. Dear Commissioners and Mayor, my name is Steve Sessions, and I am writing on behalf of we the people of Wyandotte County. Over the past several months, we have heard from countless citizens with questions, frustrations, and confusion surrounding the pilot fee on BPU bills. What has become clear is that this issue not only needs to be explained to the public, it also needs to be clarified for our leaders. According to the Kansas State statute governing pilot, this fee is intended as payment in lieu of tax for publicly owned utilities. It is designed to substitute for the property tax that private utilities pay into the community. The statute is also clear the fee cannot legally be passed on to the consumer, yet in Wyandotte County, that is exactly what has been happening. This is not just a matter of semantics, it is a matter of accountability. When citizens are forced to pay a charge that by law should not be on their bills, it erodes trust in both our government and our public utility. Even more concerning, we have heard from members of city administration themselves acknowledging on record that this fee has not been handled in compliance with the charter. When the pilot was created, it was meant to be a fair system. The BPU doesn't pay property tax like a private utility would, but it still benefits from services like fire, police, and roads. The charter that governs pilot laid out how it should be collected as a transfer from BPU revenues to the UG's general fund. But here's the problem, that is not how it's been handled in practice. For years, the pilot has been pushed onto BPU bills as a line item fee for residents to pay. That was never the intention, nor is it how the charter says it would work. In fact, the city administrator said on record last year that the way the pilot has been collected is against the charter and not how it is supposed to happen. At that same time, the city administrator promised that the pilot fee would be removed from BPU bills altogether. Yet here we are a year later, and that fee is still sitting on everyone's bill. This raises serious concerns. Why has the UG continued to practice its own administrator admitted violates the charter? Why was a promise to remove the fee never kept? How much longer will Wyandotte County residents be asked to foot the bill for something that was never supposed to be structured this way in the first place? As part of our 10-part educational series on the pilot, this letter now incorporates part 3, a clear explanation of how the pilot is being collected and why it is a problem. This raises several urgent questions for you, our elected leaders. If this fee has been misapplied for nearly 30 years, what becomes of the money collected? How will the unified government ensure that this practice ends immediately in line with the law? What safeguards will be put in place to prevent citizens from being charged for costs they should not legally bear? We respectfully ask that each commissioner and the mayor issue a response to this letter, either individually or collectively. We'll be tracking those responses and making them available to the public so that our citizens can see clearly who's willing to engage. This is more than one line on a utility bill. It is about trust, accountability, and the relationship between government and the people it serves. We urge you to take this seriously and help restore confidence in the way this county is being run. From J.D. Stanley. Wyandotte County Commission. I am terrified of losing my home, which I have worked so hard to purchase in the first place. My first ever tax bill after buying my house saw an increase of 106% and a house payment increase of almost $200 a month. My escrow was recalculated in December, which is my slowest time of the year for work. I do residential construction. And with the chatter about the amount of increase in excess of revenue neutral, I am legitimately scared of being taxed out of my true safe place. To understand my situation more clearly, I was released from prison in September 2020, a short 5 years ago. In that 5 years, I have continued to improve my credit health enough to qualify for a mortgage in the first place and managed to fight to make sure it's paid up and current. I do not want to lose my home. If that happens, I lose my sole foundation of my independence and stability. And without it, I can almost with certainty say that I would not be long for this world. I know where you stand on the taxation nightmare in Wyco. Mr. Stites, Mr. Burrows, and Mr. Lopez, so thank you. Please never stop fighting for us. To the rest of you, I realize I am only one person with a story, but think about how many others are in Wyandotte County also at risk of losing everything they've worked for. Is it really a fair trade taking their homes to satisfy your gluttony with regards to spending our hard-earned money? And what do we even have to show for our hard-earned dollars being taken from us the way they have been on your bloated budgets and reckless financial decision-making? When was the last time any of you drove down State Avenue, for example? It looks like parts of the third world coming to life in our own neighborhood. On my street, the road has deteriorated in front of my driveway so badly that I have damaged the suspension on my vehicle and had to replace parts just pulling in and out of my driveway. I drive a Chevrolet Tahoe. There should be no reason a city street is able to damage the suspension of a Tahoe. I put in request to have it addressed since my tax bill is so insanely high. Surely they can fix it, no response. Again, only one example, but you get enough of those one examples and they start to irritate you as a taxpayer. Because again, where's our money going? What are you tax-loving, spend-happy folks doing with your constituents' money? Because clearly you aren't putting that money back into the community. So I'll ask again, what have you all decided is so worth trading our homes for in this budget that warranted a tax hike? I'll wait, Josh Stanley. Maggie Watson. To Mayor Garner, thank you for trying to help us. You have tried to make the UG better, even after they tied your hands and you tried to do meetings behind your back. You tried, and I hope to God you finish so strong they never forget you. To Commissioner Tom Burrows, I thank you for always voting for revenue neutral and for your desire to understand the tax burden and how it affects our lives in Wyandotte County. I hope you'll be fighting for us for years to come. To Commissioner Chuck Stites, thank you for always voting the way your constituents have trusted you to vote and for being someone we can always count on to vote for revenue neutral. I pray your constituents are wise enough to keep you on the board for a long time. To my Commissioner Phil Lopez, thank you for all you do for the people of Wyandotte County. We have always been able to trust that you'll vote to change this county for the better and reduce the burden of taxes with common sense spending and voting for revenue neutral. Please know that you have a multitude of prayers covering you. The four of you truly get it. Our tax burden is leaving people homeless. Lifelong residents are stretched and stressed, and it's not just affecting finances, but health as well. Some can move, some can't. To love your home for decades or live in a generational home your family treasures, only to have it move or lose, it is stressful, and the health effects from it are very real. Thank you for getting it and trying to change it. To the rest of the board, I'll leave you to the law of sowing and reaping. From David and Darlene Hyatt. No tax increase, no tax increases. Use revenue from legends to reduce property taxes, no tax increases. Dr. Nozella Brown. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Unified Government staff. Thank you for your tireless work and your commitment to making our community one of the best in the nation. I was born in this county at Douglas Hospital during a time when quality health care was often denied to people because of the color of their skin. I'm also a proud product of our public schools. After college, I chose to return here to raise my family and to invest in this community. For more than 20 years, I have worked professionally to decrease health disparities, often alongside our public health department, as it transformed into one of the strongest local health agencies in our state. That is why I am deeply concerned that in our effort to manage high taxes, we may unintentionally weaken the very health infrastructure that protects our residents. I caution us not to rob Peter to pay Paul. Please remember that the state assigns mill levy funding to support mental health and aging services. Any decrease in the levy means a direct decrease in those essential services. This is not the time for reduction. Our seniors have worked too hard and invested too much to be abandoned when they most need care. Today, we have only one doctor to every 1,800 people in our county. Meanwhile, our police and sheriffs are increasingly responding not just to traditional emergencies, but to crises tied to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. They need training and resources to meet those challenges safely and effectively. The reality is that our Northeast area continues to carry the highest mortality rate in the county, and that impacts all of us. Already, because of last year's revenue neutral decision, we lost our epidemiologist. I was proud to work alongside our health department specialists during COVID, but today we would not be prepared for another such crisis. Heaven forbid another pandemic or public health emergency strikes, we would be under-equipped. Investing in health is not optional, it is foundational. It touches every sector: education, public safety, economic development, and quality of life. If we neglect it, the long-term consequences will cost us more than we save in the short term. So tonight, I urge you to prioritize health in this budget, regardless of whether you vote to exceed revenue neutral or stay at revenue neutral. Please invest in the Healthy 33% initiative, because a healthy community is not just a moral responsibility, it is the cornerstone of a thriving, vibrant, and prosperous county. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring Wyandotte County remains strong, resilient, and healthy for generations to come. Kelly Nichols. Dear Commissioners, the American Heart Association urges you to prioritize a greater investment in community public health funding in your upcoming budget. Your decisions directly shape the health outcomes of Wyandotte County residents and reflect the values of this community. Health investments are essential infrastructure. Investments will not just serve the lowest income residents of Wyandotte County, but also those of modest income. Wyandotte County needs those investments more than ever, with Affordable Care Act health insurance exchange tax credits estimated to rise by 75%. More residents will lose their health insurance coverage than the already high 17% uninsured rate. Specifically, there needs to be investment in the following areas: reinstatement, addition of key positions in the health department to support critical engagement, key positions to include the following at an estimated cost of $400,000: general health educator, insurance and resource navigator, policy and research analyst, an additional staff person to deliver the programmatic benefits of the Livable Neighborhoods Program, as well as the proposed funding reinstatement indicated in the draft budget. Fully funded IRIS program with the Department of Transportation. Wyandotte is one of the least healthy counties in Kansas, but with targeted investment, it doesn't have to be. These investments can fund positions and programs that reduce long-term health care and improve quality of life. Chronic illness drives up healthcare costs, reduces workforce productivity, and destabilizes households. A healthy community is a more economically resilient one. Wyandotte is worth the investment. Sincerely, Kelly Nichols, Community Advocacy Director, Midwest America Heart Association. This is from Byron Williams. I would like to submit this letter for comment to Churches United for Justice. We write as Churches United for Justice, a nonprofit, nonpartisan coalition of congregations working together to bring justice to Wyandotte County. A public budget is a moral statement that undergirds the priorities and values of the community. We believe that our values should account for those citizens who can barely afford their rent, the men, women, and children experiencing homelessness, and our seniors whose shoulders we stand on. We ask that you adopt the budget as amended so that these values become a daily practice. Dedicated, predictable funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and Aging in Place. Housing costs in Wyandotte County have outpaced many household budgets. Moreover, United for Alice reports wide hardships across neighborhoods, from 28% of households below the survival threshold in zip code 66109 to 84% to zip code 66105. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition survey, city housing trust funds leverage about $10 for every $1 invested, and county housing trust funds leverage about $14 for every $1 invested. A conservative planning assumption for Wyandotte County is at least $4 to $6 leverage for every $1. A local baseline for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund provides a reliable tool for small but timely repairs, accessibility upgrades, and closing gaps to bring new units across the finish line. Requested amendments: create a standing general fund set aside for the Affordable Housing Trust, establish a fraction mill or equivalent general fund allocation that appears as a permanent budget line each fiscal year, adopt a no supplanting rule for core housing and prevention services, place in financial policies, state that awards supplement, not replace previously budgeted local funds, except by an emergency vote. Credit investment earnings back to the trust fund, place in financial policies under cash and investment policy. Dedicate a share of the post-abatement rule on revenue, place in financial policies under economic development and tax abatement policy. When abatements expire and full taxes resume, dedicate a defined share of incremental roll-on revenue to the trust fund each year. Launch a utility affordability program. Design income-based discounts and workable payment plans for sewer and stormwater customers, and return with an equity and fiscal impact memo. Scale senior home repair and accessibility for aging in place. Braid community development block grant, home investment partnerships, and trust fund dollars for accessibility upgrades, hazard removal, and small rehabilitation that prevent displacement. Align incentives with affordability. Require on-site affordability or in lieu contribution to the trust fund. Permanent shelter, weather reliability and partner stability, built for zero operations and public accountability. Justice belongs in the budget. These amendments are practical and ready for action. They utilize the titles and tools in the budget book, allowing staff to move quickly and residents to see the benefit. Please adopt the budget with these amendments. From Kevin Drum, I request 0 raises, object to all raises regarding mill levy taxes, new expenses over budget. Mayor, those are all the comments the clerk's office has received.
Thank you, clerk. I'm going to turn this other portion back over to you, clerk. And this is for anyone present who'd like to speak, who's present here in the chambers. The clerk will call you and to the podium. Make sure that you please acknowledge yourself by name and city of record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Clerk?
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jermaine Howard with Ron King on deck. Please state your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Greetings, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jermaine Howard. I appreciate you for your time and your energy. I am both a resident and a commissioner candidate in the 1st District. This evening, I want to share the story of Ms. Tillman, who attended a budget listening session I hosted to better understand which services District 1 residents consider essential. Ms. Tillman's story reflects the voices of many I hear in our community. On a fixed income, she struggles to manage both her property taxes and her BPU bill. And she doesn't see the return on those dollars when she looks around her neighborhood. She recalled a time when Juniper Gardens and the surrounding area were vibrant with small businesses, shared spaces, and community-driven economics. Everyone was welcomed, and everything a family needed was just a few blocks away. Nothing like what we see in the area now. She longs to see that level of investment return. And she wants the same kind of development that has flourished in the West to be brought to the East Side as well. Most importantly, she doesn't want to be priced out of her home in the process. Ms. Tillman had also heard about the property tax rebate program, but was intimidated by the process, assuming it required too much information. When she discovered how simple it was and how much she could get back, she said she wished someone had explained it to her sooner and that more people knew about it. Her story is not unique. Ms. Tillman represents many homeowners in District 1 who help shoulder the county's revenue burden, yet see little reinvestment in their neighborhoods. She represents 3,400 residents who qualify for rebates but aren't applying. She represents the many in Wyandotte County who desire robust investment in the Northeast, investment that prioritizes small business development, community, and collaboration. Investing in our economic development department provides more
1 minute.
sales tax revenue to help lower property taxes and provide jobs that we need in the Northeast. Ms. Tillman isn't asking for a budget that simply cuts revenue to help people survive. She is asking for a budget that values her tax dollars and helps the Northeast grow and thrive, just as the West has. Too often, we fall into a mindset of scarcity rather than abundance. The real question isn't how we can spend less, it's how we can get the most from the tax dollars we already collect. I hope you take this story of Ms. Tillman and the many other residents just like her when you are making your decision on whether you want to build a budget to survive next year or build a budget for Wyandotte County to thrive next year. Thank you for your time and energy.
Our next speaker is Ron King. Larry Clark on deck.
Chair and Commissioners, my name is Ron King. I serve as pastor of Mason Memorial Community Church, the United Methodist Congregation, and I'm representing Churches United for Justice, a coalition of congregations that work for local justice, seniors on fixed incomes, and families being priced out of stability. According to the American Community Survey, the median gross rent in Wyandotte County is $1,070 a month. Kansas Health Matters reports that nearly half of renter households in the state are cost burdened, meaning that they pay at least 30% of their income on housing. United for Alice shows hardship ranging from 28% of households below the survival threshold in zip codes 66109 to 84% in 66105. Census Quick Facts show that 13.7% of our residents are 65 years or older. The Social Security Administration reports that among older beneficiaries, 12% of men and 15% of women rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income. These facts underscore the need for consistent local support for housing and for seniors who wish to remain in their homes. We need the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be funded with dependable local dollars. Grants and one-time givebacks do not create stability. Establish a dedicated and predictable funding stream paired with utility relief for seniors and families. Set aside a small fraction of the mill levy in the general fund for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund every year. Financial policies, cash investment policy. Keep all interest earned by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
1 minute remaining.
Amend the tax abatement policy when a tax break ends and full taxes return. Dedicate a set share of that growth to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund each year. In the infrastructure section, create a utility affordability program with discounts and workable payment plans accompanied by an equity and fiscal impact memo. In the community services and grants inventory, fund senior home repair and accessibility upgrades by combining federal housing dollars with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. With regard to financial policies, adopt a no supplanting rule so that outside awards add to the local baseline and do not replace it. Choose stability. Vote to dedicate a real revenue stream to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, protect seniors with utility relief, and speed the creation of homes that families can afford. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry Clark. Kathleen Easterwood on deck.
My name is Larry Clark. I represent the Bonner Springs United Methodist Church, and I'm currently treasurer of Churches United for Justice in Wyandotte County. Heat and cold put lives at risk, and current capacity is thin. The 2024 point in time survey conducted by the Housing and Urban Development Department indicated that there were 152 homeless in Wyandotte County. City communications state that the overnight cold weather shelter at Crosslines Community Outreach operates only when temperatures are 25 degrees Fahrenheit or below, with an expected capacity of only 40 adults. These facts point to a gap in year-round safety and services. Place a permanent year-round low barrier shelter in the budget now. Utilize the capital improvement plan for construction and maintain stable local funding for daily operations. In a capital improvement plan, create a new project for a permanent 24-hour shelter and service hub. Put construction costs in capital, place ongoing staff and utility expenses in the general fund. Also, in the capital improvement plan, fund emergency generators this year for shelter, community center, and library sites. Set winter and summer capacity standards and issue public alerts in collaboration with public health and the public information team. Utilize the infrastructure section of the budget to improve safe routes to help by targeting sidewalks, curb ramps, lighting, and bus pads on routes to shelters and clinics.
1 minute remaining.
In the community services section with grants inventory as a supplemental source of funding, provide stable local funding for Crosslines Warming Shelter and for Willigill Center services. In financial policies, adopt a no supplanting rule to prevent these operations from collapsing when a grant ends. Choose safety. Vote to put the shelter in the capital improvement plan, move generator money into this year, fund Crosslines and Willigill with stable local dollars, and fix the routes that lead to safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Easterwood. Aaron Gabbert on deck.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I am Kathleen Easterwood, a member of Kansas City Community Church. and a representative of Churches United for Justice. In 2025, Kansas launched a Built for Zero initiative aimed at achieving what is known as functional zero homelessness. Functional zero means that a community has the systems and capacity so that fewer people are experiencing homelessness that are routinely moving into housing, making homelessness rare and brief. To succeed, it requires by name, list updated, a real-time navigators who can make same-day referrals, flexible funds to cover barriers such as deposits and application fees, and monthly scorecard that leaders can use to identify and remove bottlenecks. Locally, the Wyandotte County Community Health Improvement Plan commits that us to cut by 50% the homelessness by 2028, utilizing the Housing First Built in Zero principles. With full adoption and consistent funding, Wyandotte County can go further and reach functional zero by 2030. The need is clear. The 2024 point in time count, an annual one-night census of people experiencing homelessness recorded 152 of our brothers and sisters in Wyandotte County. With median rent now at $1,070 countywide, even small costs can block someone from moving into housing. Fund the basics that move people to housing and keep the focus on measurable results.
1 minute remaining.
In the personnel section, fund housing navigators in the courthouse and in public clinics. These small teams stabilize cases and shorten the time to housing. Add to the general administration and technology sections resources to enable same-day referrals by connecting health records, the homelessness response system, and county call center. Utilize the community services along with the grants inventory to add capacity by setting aside flexible local dollars for deposits, application fees, short-term assistance, and landlord engagement. General administration and technology. Publish a monthly scorecard that tracks people connected, time to housing, and barriers cleared. Reserve a small portion of the general fund for prevention and rapid rehousing. Keep interest earnings in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and dedicate a share of post-abatement revenue to prevention. So let's choose action.
Your time has expired.
Vote to fund navigators set aside rapid rehousing dollars, lock in the benefit. Our neighbors need results this year.
Our next speaker is Aaron Gabert. Derek Flint on deck.
Good evening. My name is Erin Gabert, and I'm the Senior Community Impact Director for the American Heart Association in Kansas City. Before I begin my testimony, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences for the loss of Officer Simoncic this morning. My heart really hurts for everyone. But I would like to start out by saying I love Wyandotte County. While I am admittedly not a resident here, there are many people I love who are, and I spend a lot of my personal and professional time here, and I care so much about what happens in this community. I want to thank the county administrator for proposing to return the 2024 funding levels to the Livable Neighborhoods program. We know from research conducted by the American Heart Association that neighborhood environments have emerged as strong predictors of cardiovascular health and well-being. Programs like Livable Neighborhoods are an integral part of community care. The infrastructure of public health delivers the wraparound services that improve outcome and reduce long-term costs. The average rate of high blood pressure in Wyandotte County is 40%. And in the northeast area of the county, it's even higher than that at just over 50% of residents in that area having high blood pressure. That is the highest in the entire metro area on both sides of the state line. To help address this, the American Heart Association has been placing blood pressure stations in easily accessible community spaces like libraries, churches, public housing units, and more. This gives residents the opportunity to check their blood pressure regularly, receive educational information, and referrals to care. By putting resources like this, systems of care, and education in place, folks can detect, act on, and prevent these health issues and we can save resources for other priorities. The AHA isn't going anywhere. We are committed to continuing our investment in Wyandotte County, but we cannot do it alone.
1 minute remaining.
Not investing more in our health department is a mistake. It is that simple. Investments will not just serve the lowest income residents of Wyandotte County, but also those of modest income. With Affordable Care Act health insurance exchange tax credits estimated to rise by 75%, more residents are going to lose their health insurance coverage. A well-funded, connected public health system is not just compassionate, it's fiscally responsible. It's an investment in workforce readiness, educational attainment, and reduced public spending on preventable illness. Wyandotte County and the people here are worth the investment. Where you live should not determine if you live. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Derek Flint. Ava Garcia Mesa on deck. Mr. Flint?
My name is Derek Flint, and I am an advocate for Mrs. Dorothy Lee Hans. It's very difficult for me to see in America, some Americans crushing the dignity of having their own property with higher taxes. It's difficult to see the extraction of the few pennies that this lady had do the process of her work through so many years being decimated by the taxes. 17% is too much. And another problem is when the BPU, and I'm not sure if it's correct to mention this, we had 2 incidents with the BPU. One, in order to connect some cables, they destroy the gas meter about 2 years ago and took 64 days to repair, relocating the gas meter to another place. And the last time, a few months later, they destroy the irrigation system to the lawn in Mrs. Hans. When I came and reported this, they laugh at me. They ignore my petition, and we're still not fixed yet. And I do appreciate this distinguished panel of ladies and gentlemen with my
1 minute remaining.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Ava Garcia Mesa. Jane Vogel on deck.
My name is Eva Garcia Meza. I live in Kansas City, part of the Turner community. So I just want to take a moment to come up here and address. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. So I've actually taken maybe weeks since the reports have come out, whether it's the budget or this ACFR report, to try to compare what those numbers look like, to understand budget, where the budget's going to what is proposed, what the charges were for the previous years. And it is so convoluted. There's no way that you can look in it and truly gauge what are essential services. There's no way to really see transparency in any of it. I will speak to the bigger categories they're just blatantly obvious. Contractual services across city and county total $74 million. I went online to see what kind of contracted, I guess, services are out there for the county. There's literally one thing out there to do 6 police cars, I think. How do we say there's visibility to how the money is spent when these budgets are set up in such a generalized format to not really see the itemized, where is our money going? I'm not necessarily against, I don't like to take the perspective of taxes are a bad thing. They're not. We're gonna need them if we need to fund services, whether it's essential, whether it's beautification, whatever it is. But it's very hard to support continued increases over a period of time when our city looks the way that it does, when we have these conversations of public safety takes a huge portion of it.
1 minute
There's
remaining.
no, it's hard to take the details that are presented and say it's true. Because on paper, I can see it one way, but how it transpires in our communities, it doesn't transpire. So, I will just say, there are things that can be changed. One of the things that just was blatantly obvious to me are enterprise funds. We have a golf course and we have a T-Bone stadium. They're not generating money. And if they do generate money, it's very little. So maybe that's an option to look at. I don't know, but I think we really need to take a step back and do that deep dive and get really down to the weeds before we make decisions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Vogel. Jerry Vest on deck. Mr. Session, we read your comments. But it was read into the record.
That was the email.
What do you want me to do? He submitted it and I read it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Commissioner. While we're taking a break, you're my commissioner. Hi, I'm Jane Vogel. I'm in the Spring Valley neighborhood in what used to be Rosedale. and here to talk against the tax increase. 17% increase is huge. And for somebody like myself, it represents a good probably $50 a month. And I am not wealthy. And nor am I out in western Wyandotte County, and they're going to be hit quite a bit more. Nor am I a senior in such a fixed income shape where $50 will just devastate me. But there are a lot of seniors that are not in that good a shape. And $50 a month probably will be what they will end up paying extra. And they're already not buying medications because they don't have the money, et cetera. And it's just unconscionable to me that this would even be proposed, to tell you the truth. It's unconscionable to me that anyone would propose 17% increase. I have to agree with the prior speaker, accountability and transparency. I think it's sorely lacking in Wyandotte County, and it has been lacking for some time. It's very hard to figure out where your money is going or where the taxpayer money is going, how it's being spent, and if it's being spent responsibly. The other thing I'd like to bring up, the average wage earner out there is probably getting a 3.5 to 4% raise in this year. That doesn't really cover the increases in expenses that they're going to have in insurance, healthcare insurance, in food, and everything else across the board. So everything is adding up to a disaster for many, many folks.
1 minute remaining.
And I really encourage the commissioners to look hard at the budget, to figure out a way to make it not without any increases, and to strongly think about accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Steve Session. We'll have Jerry Vest on deck.
All right. My name is Steve Sessions, Kansas City, Kansas. Here representing everybody else here. Does this work? I don't know that it works. I don't think anybody hears anything that's coming from this. When every single citizen is saying that we have a problem, and yet majority of you are voting against the people and for the corporations. It is, hold on, I only got 3 minutes. It's beyond frustrating to watch you guys and the staff look at our sheriff, our police chief, our fire chief said, we need you to cut budgets. These are essential services for our county that shouldn't be cut. But on the other hand, you guys are voting to give millions of dollars, multi-millions of dollars to more corporations to take our money from our people. 25 years ago, your predecessors sold the community on the Star Bond dream, Kansas Speedway, Cabela's, Nebraska Furniture Mart, the Legends Entertainment District. We were told this was an investment for our future, and it would bring sales tax revenue flooding back into our streets, neighborhoods, and schools. Well, the future is now, and they were actually right. Instead, this board, as a collective, voted to give $8 million plus to a private company, the American Royal, to cover their costs. The $8 million we no longer have to fund services we're forcing to cut. And it doesn't stop there. Project after project, deal after deal, you give away our future. Multi-million-dollar tax abatements, sweetheart property valuations like the Atlas 9 project, where you lowball a corporation's property value and then overvalue and overburden the homeowners to make a difference. You guys call that fairness? You claim to be for the people, but the record shows most of you as a majority are for big business. You've allowed the data center project to be pushed through following illegal guidelines to govern such a project. You're approaching what is being called the largest development in Kansas from a company that essentially doesn't exist. They've been in business for less than 2 years and never done a project like this before. They have no website, no phone number, no track record. Is that transparency?
1 minute remaining.
Then we have the pilot program, as you heard in my email that I sent to everybody, that only Bynum is the one that replied to any of the emails. This was created at a state level so that entities that don't pay private property tax still contribute to the community. The statute explicitly says the pilot cannot be passed on to the consumer, as Johnson told everybody. It wasn't hidden in the BPU bill. It was put there because it was their fee and not to the people. Now you've give away $1.2 million last year, $1.2 million this year to make $2.4 million of the pilot program away. That was BPU's responsibility. Just with these two examples, between the BPU pilot going down 2.4 million and giving up the TIF money from the Legends, we've covered the entire budget problem. $11 million is given up in two things. That's what the majority of you guys voted. And you hear about all the people behind me and all the people in our town that are saying, we don't want to pay for your fuck ups anymore.
Your time has
And that's what,
expired.
at some point, this has to stop. At some point, you have to stop giving away.
It's completely out of order.
I'm sorry, I'm for the unions, so we're good now.
Thank you, sir.
It's completely out of order, Mayor.
Hey, Commissioner, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. Can I finish?
No, your
Your
time
time has
is up.
expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jerry Vest. Alex Sanchez on deck.
My name is Jerry Vest. I have a business at 13th and State. I was born and raised in this city. And one thing I used to do I think this is wonderful you're doing this, but once a month, many years ago, we had meetings at the Chamber of Commerce and at the YWCA, and we were able to talk about some of these things instead of this. I mean, this is hard to hear, and I think it helped. One of the problems we have, when you raise these taxes, you're destroying our salaries. And my shop is at 13th and State, and when you guys closed down State Avenue, it hurt my business something terrible. I have a costume and prop shop, and I lost thousands of dollars. I've got, when you raise our taxes, we have to figure out a way to survive. And it's not very easy. Don't turn on the lights, don't flush the toilet as many times, whatever, to run our bills up. But one thing, I've got a friend of mine, and think about this. He's married, got a beautiful wife. He was complaining to me the other day that his taxes were so high, his house payment has doubled. And he says now he's living with 2 other men in his house. Now, is that how you want to be with your wife, with 2 other guys living in your house? That's not right. But we need to figure out as a city how to lower our expenses. I have seen lots of unified government employees. One man could do the job and they got 5 or 6 trucks there doing one job. I can go into details. We even got photographs of 5 people with a truck, a lawnmower, and then you could have done it all with a weed eater in about 3 minutes instead of having 5 or 6 people. I've seen this over and over. One person working and 4 or 5 other not working, just watching them. Now, I know don't tell me you haven't ever seen it. I know you have. And when I had an employee that
1
wasn't
minute remaining.
all right, when I had an employee that wasn't doing their job, I got rid of them. And I really think you need to look into that. We ought to have a meeting once a month, not like this, but like Chamber of Commerce or the YWCA, and see how to go in a different direction, because people are moving out. My taxes are so high, I can't pay. I don't have employees anymore. I can't afford them. Sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Sanchez. Arthur Williams on deck.
Alex Sanchez, KCK. Commissioner Kane, you're out of order for voting against us every single time, 100%. Now you all were charged by the mayor to go back to the table and look at where you can cut in all your departments and all your personnel and all the services. And what did you come back with? The same dog and pony show. Here's the reality. Across this nation, housing prices have dropped anywhere between 3 to 9%, depending on which area. Now, these budgets are based on continued valuation and increased valuation. Well, guess what? The housing bubble is going to crash eventually. And where are you going to be? Raising our taxes again? In 1986, since 1986, Wyandotte County has lost 21.2 million residents. And our taxes keep going up. Absolutely ridiculous. So we're looking at a 17% tax hike by you guys. Piper is looking at 13%. US Turner is looking at 12. USD 500 is looking at 7. They just got a $160 million bond. They're not doing anything with it except having it sit in an account, earning interest, and using it as slush fund to do whatever they want. It's absolutely insane. At their last meeting, I talked about the foreclosures. It was 512 in Wyandotte County that are listed. Well, guess what? It's now 552. The latest report that went out of homes that are delinquent in their taxes is now over 70 frickin' pages. I'll ask every single one of you, who here has the character and the backbone to come with me door knocking and talk to the residents, the homeowners directly, asking me if they're okay with their property taxes going up 17%.
1 minute remaining.
I dare, let's see, show of hands, who's going to do that? I know 3 that will, because the rest, and then you, Commissioner Bynum, at our last meeting, you were talking about how you were so sensitive about the pleas of the people, and you were hearing them, and it sounded like you got it. Then you turn around and vote for what? To be able to exceed revenue neutral. Double-minded. That's what we get from you guys time and time again. You want to find some money? You're using city employees, county vehicles, and since 2019 have been spending $3.9 million to bus homeless from KCMO to KCK. You want to find some money? There you go. But do any of you or you have the guts to cut that out of the program? No, why? Because it's what Mayor Lucas wants.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. And do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Arthur Williams. Albert McComas on deck.
Good evening, Mayor, committee. Wow. I don't know what to say.
State your name, sir.
Yeah, can everybody hear? Okay, thank you. I came in today, not really about my tax dollars.
Real quick, state your name and your city.
Yeah, Arthur Williams, Wyandotte County. I didn't really come up here about the tax increase in there, because I know you're gonna do what you're gonna do. It ain't, you know, we could talk till we blue in the face. It's all about money. But what I did want is to look at my community. We've been living in our house since 1962. My mom passed a couple years ago, and I took over the property as a legacy. I could have sold it, and I look around and see 30-year-old trees falling and see patchwork on the street, but the curvature of the street, the bricks all broke down, and when it rains, I get an overabundance of water on my property where I have to spend more money. And I just thought I would kind of have a word in that when I said, but I listened to what was said initially about where the money going and how much money going, and as I was watching the board, I seen that it's not one dime allocated to that. So I seen then I was screwed. I started to walk out then, but I just said, well, I'm here, so I'll say anything. But I just hope we can. I hope we can, because we can keep our properties up, and seem like when we do the property work and keep our properties up, y'all go up taxes. But to look around our properties, the trees, the streets, the everything, and nobody's doing nothing. Nobody's spending a dime to do that. So it just don't seem fair. Thank you guys for listening to me, and have a nice day.
Our next speaker is Albert McComas. Denise Smith Heisler on deck.
My name is Albert McComas. I live in the Piper area. I've been here before talking about the services that are supposed to be provided. I saw on the budget information there, $146 million for police. Western Wyandotte County past 110th Street doesn't have any police protection. You call a police officer and you get a phone call back. Fire protection. We have one little station that was built 15 years ago. They built a brand new one on on Hutton Road on the east side. Not even applicable to Western Wyandotte County. This morning I was going to get breakfast. I was driving in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. Car passed me at 75 miles an hour. Regular occurrence, morning and night. People know there's no police protection out here. You've got an impervious area charge. We talked about the pilot. That's been addressed by another lady. But impervious area charge. When you know what they explained it to me? Water doesn't soak into the ground. Give me a break. It's another way to rip people off so you've got extra money. They said, well, we're repairing the sewers. Okay. Now, I've been down in Kansas City, Kansas a couple times. I don't see any sewers being worked on. And from the information that I got from the city, there are no sewers west of I-635.
1 minute remaining.
So where's my money going? The last thing, the bus service. You're spending $16 million on bus service There's no bus service west of 110th Street. And the only place you can get a bus is in the Legends. So I don't even know why I'm even supporting a bus service. Why am I getting an impervious area charge that I don't see any sewers being done in an area that I don't even have sewers and won't have for another 100 years? Because you guys don't have money to put them out there. I don't know where you're getting need the increases. The gentleman talked about the workers, five out there, one working.
Your time has
Like
expired.
trucks. It's unnecessary. An individual contractor wouldn't even be allowed to do that.
Sir, your time has expired.
Somebody needs to pull their head out and figure some honest money management. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Smith Heisler. David Beauchamp on deck.
Hello, my name is Denise Smith Heisler, and I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I think it's very interesting. The name of the government is Unified Government. What about unifying behind the people? I think the agenda was very interesting when I read the words about, number one, the governing body's intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate and consideration of a resolution and ordinance approving the same. The key words here to me is the governing body's intent. So you already have an intent to exceed it. We come here time and time and time and time again and pour out our hearts to you. We pour out our needs to you, and it's on deaf ears because your intent is to exceed the revenue neutral rate. I'm asking you to listen to us, to be united with us, not the government. You work for us, the people. We have nothing to show for what our monies go to. You go to Johnson County and it's beautiful. Here we live in a freaking slum. The roads, the homes, we've got vacant buildings all over the place. Construction is at a standstill. Unify behind the people. And we'll thank you for it. But until that time, are you still going to stay as unified government? Or are you going to unify behind us, the people? We're asking you. We have needs. We come time and time again. I'm going to repeat myself.
1 minute
year after
remaining.
year, meeting after meeting, same old, same old, same old. Unify behind the people, and we'll thank you for it.
Our next speaker is David Beauchamp. Jonas Cruz on deck.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is David Beecham, and I'm a symbol guy. I'm a retired military man, and part of that past 40 years that I've been part of the military, learned how to live within a budget. When I received my notice of proposed property tax increase, I quickly put my red pen to the numbers and said, well, looks like between my appraised value of my property going up and the mill increase that's been proposed, it's double digit. I've got to admit to you, my COLA, which I'm blessed to have a cost of living allowance increase every year from my retirement pay, I have to learn to live within my means. And I don't think that the budget that has been described is living within means. As I look at my own budget, I have to. And I believe that the unified government should as well. What is appropriate? Well, certainly no more than the inflation rate, certainly not any more than that. And yet we're looking at double digits. So I ask that you reconsider things. You put in boundaries on the budget to limit to a sensible COLA rate, and that, believe it or not, I do believe that there should be exceptions for seniors and low-income people. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jonas Cruz. Kathy Jennings on deck.
I'm sorry? Oh. I didn't realize. I thought you? Yeah, I thought I was just.
We have Jonas Cruz.
I thought it was just signing in for, yeah, my name is Kathy Jennings, and I have 26.5 acres right on the Quindaro Ruins location. And I have been repeatedly told that my property is not really worth anything. There's nothing on the books planned for development. And I know just because it hasn't been filed and presented out there, there is definitely some plans on the books. Once again, I don't live in Johnson County, and I am on fixed income. It is not a luxury home. I know they want to put in high-end housing overlooking the Missouri River, that high-end luxury homes, which the average person in my area will not be able to afford. Next year, as you know, the World Cup is coming, and there are plans, I have heard, to make it a historical site. So I am one of these senior citizens who is definitely being priced out of my home. Last year, I paid $1,836 every 6 months. $3,600 is what I paid. So this 17% is definitely going to put me out of my home. Thank you. If you're happy with that.
Is Jonas Cruz. Mr. Cruz.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And the reason I come here because my taxes. The reason I'm here because my tax was $1,000. Now the rate
Sir, can you state your name?
600.
Sir,
I don't know how much gonna be in this year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. Your name and just your.
My name is Jonas Cruz and I live in 1239 Metropolitan Avenue. I've been volunteer for 10 years, clean the city, clean the park. And then my commissioner there, he never come around, I just cleaning nothing. They burned 6 barrels. We asked them for 3 months. They burned all the 6 barrels. They never fixed it. They got 3. We call the park recreation. They don't care. I clean the bathroom. I clean everything. I clean the houses around. I pick up trash everywhere. I call the 391. They had a lot of trash over here from 12 Metropolitan. There's a lot of tires, trash, mattress, all over. And I call, and I don't know where the money go. And I wonder how much you increase your salary. That's what I wonder. Because if you ask for the taxes, I want to know you get your raise in your salary. Because they never know in the paper how much the commissioner make. And that's my commissioner. He never come to the meeting. That him, Ramirez. He never come to the meeting. Never. Never come, and he knows I volunteer for many years. You go see the Vegas Field, it's the best clean park in the city, in the Wyandotte County. Because I clean the bathroom every morning. I go open it at 6 o'clock. And I see people from the city, they go over there smoking, talking on the phone for an hour. Wasted the taxpayers' money over there every single day. Even the bus go over there was sleepy. I had to knock them out. The bus people, they say, hey, that's for they pay you the taxpayer money. You know, we pay you your salary. Why you sleep here? Go to work. And that's every single day because I work there. I open the bathroom at 6 o'clock in the morning and I clean it. And I never said thank you for nobody, but that's okay. But I wonder why you're going to raise the taxes. I live in the Social Security.
1 minute.
There's a lot of people here, they can afford it. Look at the groceries. And they're talking about they're going to cut taxes in the groceries. They never did. or just lying and lying? Remember, we elect you to serve us.
Yes.
And they don't see it happen. So they increase the taxes and we the one that pay. You still sitting there and then they don't do nothing anyway. We can do nothing anyway. You're gonna do it. And that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Pep, Scott Harding on deck. We have Alex, is it Pep or Pop? Okay, go ahead.
My name is Alex Pop, and I work at and I live at 323 South 74th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. And I wanted to thank the commission for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to comment on the proposed tax rate increase before the commission. And in my opinion, the unified government has not provided adequate justification for the increased tax rate that accompanies their budget proposal. The benefits presented in this proposal do not match the costs, and the unified government's action, or lack thereof, over the last 5 years, which have included other tax increases, has not yielded visible, tangible benefits to infrastructure and services in my own neighborhood, where the only 2 instances of street improvement activity I can recall occurred only after a portion of the right-of-way adjacent to my neighbor's house was washed away into the nearby creek. Twice. The second time was just last month. Even the graphics shown this evening show little priority given to public services and infrastructure. Public safety is important, and I cannot understate that reality in light of recent tragedy. Nonetheless, guns and hoses shouldn't be the only thing a budget cares about. All this put together does not inspire confidence, and I can't support a rate increase until I see the city perform in my community at a better level with what they have. I have not seen anything presented tonight that demonstrates how the unified government expects to spend their money in a wiser fashion. Besides looking at the relationship between proposed costs and benefits, increasing property taxes risks significant impact on, among other groups, existing homeowners on fixed incomes, as has been stated by several other commenters today. New homeowners, such as myself, with escrow payments and projections that assume a revenue-neutral affordability. Affordability is a thing in the United States. And this day and age, anything can make a huge impact on it. It's also been cited several times this evening that increased assessments have already raised significant additional revenue without an explicit rate increase. Until I see results with a better allocated revenue neutral budget,
1 minute
I cannot
remaining.
support any kind of tax increase. And at the risk of sounding brash, your constituents are watching, and it's an election year. I ask the commission to cast your votes wisely this week. Rest assured that we will return the favor in November.
Our next speaker is Scott Harding, Fred Postlethwaite on deck.
My name's Scott Harding. I live in Wyandotte County all my life. And my first thing to say is unified government is a non-for-profit organization. And how can a non-for-profit give to non-for-profits? The casino money is going to be $500 million. Is that what you guys are getting to hand out, each one of you, to your own non-for-profit group? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people that's going to give out $1 million to their own group. Some of the commissioners work for a nonprofit or they sit on the board. The only 3 that don't have affiliations is Tom Burrows, Chuck Seitz, and Phil Lopez. So my question, since we have a problem with the police not having enough people, the fire not having enough people, the EMTs not having enough people, and the roads and things are not getting the necessities done, I'm thinking let's take that nonprofit money to a nonprofit, which is our unified government, and take that money there and use it. Now, let me tell you this. I believe if you want to donate to a nonprofit, do it yourself if you've got the money. But you guys are asking the poor, the senior citizens, the vets don't have the money to give this all the time to these nonprofits. You have all this stuff hidden in your budget. Not one place on your budget screen did it show nonprofits, but they're in there, but you guys are hiding them for a reason. When you guys give them $1 million, the people on the board and who are employed by the nonprofits are getting a raise.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, my question is too, another thing, I want to bring this up. Your numbers up there on your charts and graphs didn't match. In 2024, 25, you actually got more sales tax than you did property tax. Your first numbers, they didn't show that. And then your next graph said is like 32% on your sales tax and stuff. And it showed there that there was more taken in. So some of your numbers up there aren't matching. And I think you guys ought to look at that and find out what the hell's going on, where it's going. What's going on? You guys got these numbers and you just throw them out there and expect everybody to believe them. Well, they're not true. We're finding out more and more every day. And I appreciate you guys' time. And I know you got a tough job, but we got to go revenue neutral. Give these seniors, vets, and even some of the homeless that's already lost their home. There's 7,500 homes. And then it sounds like there's more because there's 572 now from the last meeting that are homeless.
Your
Because
time
they're
has
taxed.
expired.
And I appreciate your time and thank you guys again. I appreciate it. I hope you guys do well and do it for the community. Vote for revenue neutral.
Our next speaker is Fred Postlethwaite. Jennifer Spark on deck.
My name is Fred Postlethwaite. Lived in Wyandotte County my whole life. Thank you, Scott. Gentlemen, you're saying how good this county is? Well, Johnson County is just a half mile away from me. I go back and forth across that line 5, 6 times a week. I don't have to know where the line is. Just simply crossing the line, crossing the street. There's good houses on the south side because the people aren't taxed the hell out of their houses. And the ones on the north side can't afford to fix them. And the city doesn't fix the roads. So don't tell me how good a job you're doing. You're not. My taxes today are double my entire house payment when I bought my house. And you're set to take them up again. My brother lives out in wealthy Johnson County, has double the house I have, is double the appraisement of mine, makes his house payment is $5,600 a year. Mine's $4,000 a year. If he was paying my rate, he would be paying $8,600 a year. Don't tell me that you're doing me a good job. It's not true. Fix it, gentlemen. Make a budget. Stay with it. Stop screwing all these people.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Spake. Anthony Brito on deck.
Hi. It's actually Jennifer Spack.
Thank you.
No R. So I didn't really get involved in what's going on with the unified government until my taxes kept creeping up. Then I started doing a deep dive. So I work for the federal government. You guys all know what Doge is. We use that. So we use that as a verb, federal employees. So I did a little Doging. On your biggest expense, which is your personnel. I learned that you're losing 218 full-time employees. Your personnel costs are going up 14.5 million. I like the math, don't math. Couple other things I noticed. Economic development I'm not sure what those folks do. But I can tell you, it looks like you're trying to hire a new director. Your contractual services are going up $785, 785,000, my apologies. Between that and your personnel costs just for the economic development, that's an increase of 528%. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to offer my time. I'm an analyst in the federal government. Go through, I want to know who's working, what they're doing, what their job descriptions are. Because you can't tell me there's not redundancy. So before you all decide to vote to exceed revenue neutral, it's imperative that you look at your dollars. You look at your employees. Where's it going? 14.5 million. That's with a loss of 200 employees. What? You
1
can't
minute
vote
remaining.
to exceed until you correct your problems now. It's out of control. Pay attention to your people. The biggest words I'm hearing are lack of transparency, and lack of accountability. Federal government employee, I get those things. I've run some stuff. You have the power to fix it. Make the hard choices, dig down, spend the time and do it. I'm willing to offer my services. I hope you vote not exceed.
Our next speaker is Anthony Brito. Joanne Garlington on deck. Anthony Brito. Brito. Last call. Anthony Brito. Brito. Okay. Our next speaker is Joanne Garlington. Linda Schmolzire on deck. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joanne Garlington, Wyandotte County resident. I don't really have a lot more to say than what's already been said. I can't afford They know what I'm saying.
She can't afford it anymore.
Our next speaker. Linda, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Linda Smith Heisler, and I've been here many times before, and I want to thank you, Tyrone Gardner, for your time in which you have always given to us. So we appreciate you. Number one, and no disrespect to you, sir, but your beautiful charting that went over everybody's heads, everybody that doesn't work in financial numbers, that just kind of goes like, "Vut," and it just kind of, it's just numbers, and it's hard. Okay, all we see are numbers that we don't have anyway. Number two is, and my condolences for our lost police officers from last month and this month. Also, kudos to this lady in the white. She said everything wonderfully. What I was going to say earlier, I got home from work late and I went off and forgot my papers, so I apologize. Everything is kind of ad-libbing, so I apologize. I have lived in my home approximately 5 years. I bought it at 122. I have just gotten my assessment. It does go up, of course, every single year. It has jumped up $100,000. I am 72 years old. Thank goodness I am able to still work, and I will be having to work until I'm 400 years old, the way this rate is going.
1 minute remaining.
We live in,
here in Wyandotte County, it is the highest taxes of anybody in Kansas. I don't know if anybody really realizes that. And if you are on Facebook or anything for any given reason, everybody makes fun of Wyandotte County. I don't know if you're ever aware of that either. But I just want to say those things, and I appreciate the attention that some of you give. And there are a few of you that completely ignore us, like Miss Townsend. You always seem to always look down at your phone or whatever. I don't know if it's disrespectful. Well, whatever it is, you always disrespect us. So I thank you, people, for what you do. And thank you,
Order.
Chuck Seitz. And
I
thank you,
call
Mayor
her out
Bowman.
of order.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Our next speaker is Mike
not
May.
that.
Anthony Aiza on deck.
No.
My name's Mike May. I live in Turner.
Pull the
I've been a
microphone.
resident of Wyandotte County all of my life. I'm 71 years old. You know, I'm just getting to the point where I just don't think I can stay in Wyandotte County with these taxes. I mean, I can't afford to live where I live. I've lived in the same house 40 years. And the dang money just keeps going up and up and up. And we got to do something. We got running these people out of their homes. I've got a lady friend that lives out there in Wyandotte County by the lake. And she's single and she can't hardly afford to stay there. She's afraid with this raise, she's gonna have to move out of her home. And why are we doing this to our residents? I mean, there's no reason to do that to our residents. They're the ones helping keep this thing going. But why? Why? And one more thing I got to say is, why can we not get somebody to mow these areas around the damn roads? And I mean, our commissioner, Phil Lopez, over there with a weed eater, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, today, weed eating all this stuff. Why don't we have employees that go out there and do this work? They're doing it over off of Parallel. My neighbor works for the Wyandotte County government as a lawn guy. He's mowing medians over off of Parallel. How come we're not doing it in Wyandotte County over there in Turner? Metropolitan, Swartz, Key Lane. I mean, Phil did all that crap by himself. I give a hand out to this man. I mean, he's done a good job. I mean, but why don't we have our own employees out doing this work? Where are they at? Do we not have enough employees to do this work, or we just decided, hell with this shit, we ain't gonna do it?
1 minute remaining.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. I mean, I pull up to the 51st and Metropolitan to make a left turn, and I couldn't even see if a car was coming. There's several times about got hit because the grass is this high and you can't see around the corner. I mean, and we got to do something. I mean, do you want people to move out of Wyandotte County? Is that what all you people's after? I think some of them it is. We don't care about us anymore. None of the people. You got a lot of seniors over there. We're on fixed incomes. We can't take this. My taxes on this statement I just got in the mail last week going to go up about $900. $900 that my COLA increase on Social Security is 2.4, not 17. I mean, yeah. Oh, I know.
Your time has
But
expired.
that's it. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Anthony Iesa. Ken Polokovich on deck.
Good evening. Anthony Iezzi.
We can't hear you.
Anthony Iezzi, KCK. I came here with what I thought was just going to be a quick spiel to echo what a lot of other people are saying about how much I am absolutely opposed to getting rid of the revenue neutral and the continually increasing property taxes here in Wyandotte. After hearing a lot of the comments tonight, I'm obviously not the only one. I am changing things up a little bit because after the graphics and presentation, I am absolutely shocked by the budget numbers that not one single option that was presented on there gave the option of maintaining things currently. Everything had an increase, an increase, an increase. People in this county have been taxed out of their homes. They're worried about how they're going to put food on the table. They're worried about how they're going to pay the bills. The money is going out the door. And I don't know about how any of your guys' budget work, but I'm pretty sure most of us out here in the audience and on camera on the other end of the TV, that if we're having $1,000 a month in revenue, we're not making a budget for next year that's going to have us spending $1,200, and a budget for the next year is going to spend $1,500, and a budget for the next year that's going to spend $2,000 because we only have $1,000 of income coming in. So if Wyandotte County is only having, let's just say, $100 million coming in, it is absolutely ridiculous that you're making budgets. We're going to be spending $110 million, $120 million, $140 million, and not ever having a budget that says, hey, look, we've only got $100 million of revenue coming in. We need to spend $100 million or less, and we need to figure out how we're going to do that. Because every single taxpayer in this county does that exact same thing every year. And raising people's property taxes 10% a year, 13% a year, 20% a year, 100%.
1 minute
is
remaining.
unsustainable. And I keep hearing people say, oh, it's only 10%, it's only 8%, it's only 13%. Well, think about it. If you're doing 10% a year over a 10-year time, that's a 100% increase. And I don't know what your graphic was up there where you're using property taxes of $1,400 a year going to $1,600 a year, because I don't know anybody in this county that has probably a $30,000 or $40,000 house that number is based on. A lot of us that have an average house in this county are paying somewhere around $4,000 a year in property taxes. So your stupid number that you're trying to scam people off saying, we're only going to pay $1,600 a year is completely unrealistic, and it's fraud because there is nobody that's paying that.
Your time has expired.
Okay. And quick thank you to those that are actually fighting for us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken Polotrovich. John Wisniewski on deck.
My name's Ken Polakovich, KCK residents. Isn't it your guys' job to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money? Can y'all honestly say that's what you're doing? Did y'all get a raise last year? Would you care to tell us yes or no, and how much? No? Well, just heard a lot of numbers, first time here. A lot of people here hurting, complaining. Just hope y'all hear them, do the right thing. We all have to balance our personal budgets, and that's what your job is, to take our money and to be good stewards of it. And if you can't honestly say that's what you're doing, then move over and let somebody that wants to do that for the people do it. Be professional. Come in here. There's not even enough agenda papers. If you got 100 seats in here, have 100 papers. It doesn't look good. There's a lot of stuff that's not looking good to folks here. You know, when I was young, they said you can't have the bigger job until you first empty the trash. So that's all I got to say.
Our next speaker is John Wisniewski. Lisa Walker Yeager on deck.
My name's John Wisniewski. I got this notice and I said increase. I thought maybe it was a decrease. I think you need to look at your business and find out where the problems are before you start asking people for more. Need to balance your own budget first, before you start asking others for more. I go to the bank. If I gave them your figures, they'd kick me out the door. You need to do better at your business, I'd say. Looks bad. You was talking about doing some solar panels down on Call Point. You're spending money when you don't have money. You talk about spending money. I'd be talking about cutting money. Look, tell us how you're going to balance your budget, what you're going to do to cut services or whatever you need to do to balance your budget before you come to us and ask us to balance ours. It's time for the city to step up. Instead of asking for more, more's never enough. More's becoming more, always more. How about saying, let's balance ourselves and then ask for more? First, balance yourself. Don't ask us for more until you're responsible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Walker Yeager. Dan Smith on deck.
Good afternoon. I am Lisa Walker Yeager. I live at 1068 Webster, Kansas City, Kansas, in Parkwood. I'm also running for First District Commissioner to take your seat, Gail. And I'm also running for BPU at large.
Mayor, I'm calling this out of order.
Commissioner.
They can call me whatever they want. It's Commissioner Townsend here, just as I do respect the people out there. So
Commissioner.
she can say that she's running just as the other candidate did. So I have no problem with that.
I understand, Commissioner.
Yeah.
She has a First Amendment right to speak, so I'll let you.
I'm not
Commissioner.
challenging that,
Yes.
but there is a limit to what people are saying. That's
I
disrespectful.
hope my 2 minutes is not over.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Commissioners, all of you will have your opportunity to speak, so please take good notes at the end of the meeting to answer any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you. Continue.
I would like to also thank those who are standing for our community. You know who you are. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe I should call them Burrows, Stites, and Lopez. Thank you. Now, I'm coming to you with core priorities and solutions. One, we need to tie the tax abatements to community benefits agreement. That was done when Johnson left, and it was money that was set aside, that none of that money continues to come back into our community. It comes into our community through UG, but it doesn't go to our small businesses. It doesn't go to our homeowners. It doesn't go to anything that we need to address. Just like the money that came from COVID. Number two, we need to fund, how you can fund services instead of what he's doing, we need to look at some other avenues. We need to fund services with special alcohol and tobacco tourism tax. You have the right to do 0.25%, which will bring in $8.2 million per tax. Okay. The next thing
1 minute remaining.
is to lower your BPU bills and make that where we do a banned BPU shutoffs for unpaid UG fees that will help every last citizen. The other thing is, Mr. Kane, is that one thing that I'm not against certain things, but I think that we can do is look at the contract agreement on that data center and I see they can bring in $12 billion. Well, we have over $65 million worth of taxes. So if they paid our taxes, our property will be free and clear, and we wouldn't have to continue to pay taxes if that data center would turn around and you did that contractual agreement correctly, along with Southern Poverty Law Center. So therefore, it's safe for all our community, and then don't put it in an area where it's close to homes and schools.
Your time has expired.
So those are some avenues that I know will work. I got a whole list of them. I'm not even getting ready to go through them because I only had 2 minutes. But I also want to address the fact that when the young man came up here, Mr. Vest, he got $19,000 in property taxes in the neighborhood. We also,
Ma'am, your time has expired.
2 times.
Thank-
But this is crazy.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. We've got other people that need to speak.
Our next speaker is Dan Smith. Charla Ford on deck.
Hello, my name is Dan Smith, and I live at 81st Street. We have a really, really serious problem.
Mr. Smith, if you can pull the microphone down and talk into it,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry.
There you go. Thank
Is
you.
that better? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, from Interstate 70 all the way down to Riverview on 81st Street, there is a drainage underneath that highway, but it's all open on the west side of 81st Street, clear down to Riverview. And all the concrete slabs that were poured years ago have washed away completely. Now all that soil behind every one of those properties for 3 blocks is washing away behind those homes. Now, they've been complaint after complaint after complaint. People's basements have been filled with water. The insurance companies have had to pay for the damages. I think it's a little ridiculous when the county ignores the problem when you got people that are buying those jumping things where you jump up and down for kids, and they put it in their backyard, and pretty soon I go out there and they say, we got to take it out because our soil, we've lost 25 or 30 feet of our soil. And when my neighbor across the street hauled in 20 truckloads of dirt, and that dirt's all gone now. And the neighbor next door, like I said, had a bounce machine out there where you could jump up and down. Had to take it apart and move it away because he's got no ground. It's all sloped and down like this. And I don't understand why the county can ignore a real problem like this. This is a real serious problem with this, all this land, and they're being taxed for this land that they don't even have now because the ground is all gone. There's no sense in that. Absolutely no sense. And when you had to come down and repair the sewer line down there on the corner from me, south of me, there was 8 guys down there working. A couple of them was laying on the ground.
1 minute remaining.
And they said, well, you know, we could have done a better job and fixed this right the first time, but they came down here and all they did was put a patch in this thing and didn't do it right, and they messed it all up, and now we got to come back and fix it right. Well, what kind of people do you have running the county as engineers? When your engineers are not doing their job because somebody's not watching them, you've got all this waste because that's being done twice on that same corner. And there's just too much waste in the government. I used to be a chemical engineer building nuclear plants. And we didn't have to put up with this kind of nonsense because we didn't have government officials running our business, you see? And when you got government officials running the business, they don't care because it's not coming out of their pocket. And that's high time that this nonsense stops.
Your time
there's
has
no need
expired.
for the kind of stupidity that goes on in Wyandotte County. When you go over to Costco off 95th Street in Kansas City, in Johnson County, and you say, where do you live? Oh, you live over in the ghetto, huh? You live in the ghetto. My God, I'm appalled, you know?
Sir, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Ford, Loretta Brown on deck.
I'm kind of like the lady who came up here earlier and said, I don't have money that hasn't already been said.
State your name, please.
My name is Charlotte Ford. I live in District 2, University Heights. So I don't have very much to add, except I just noted that a couple of concepts that were stated this evening that I know about because as she stated, I work for the federal government as well. I'm a contracting officer. And we talked about being good stewards. We talked about transparency, but also as a contracting officer, every time I sign a contract, I need to understand if it is fair and reasonable. As a contracting officer, I did projects for construction projects. And there was a project on my street, and this was during COVID, so it was a couple of years back. And there was a bulldozer right in the middle of 34th Street. It stayed in the middle of 34th Street for about 4 weeks. Okay, I said, wow, this is wild. I'm a contracting officer. What's the schedule? So I dug around and I tried to find the project, just like someone else stated about transparency. I couldn't find who the contracting officer was, who the contractor was, or anything. But I kept putting my contracting officer duties, my skills to the test. So I found the project manager. And I called that project manager and he said, well, it is what it is, basically. And I said, well, what is the schedule? What is the schedule for this project? What are the milestones? And the project manager couldn't even tell me that. This project was at a standstill on 34th Street. Not only if there was, and I stated this to him, if there was an ambulance that needed to come down that street to get to someone who was dying, they would have to find another way around. Transparency, being a good steward of the taxpayer dollar, and fair and reasonable. What is fair and reasonable to these taxpayers? Is it to have a project manager who doesn't understand what the deliverables, the time schedule, the milestones for a specific project is?
1 minute
That is
remaining.
not. And so when we talk about, everyone here is like, well, what am I getting for my dollar? If I call, and I have called about people dumping things out, and I say, hey, can you put a sign up? You got to get with livable neighborhoods. Hey, our street hasn't been plowed. The snow is turning to ice. Oh, nothing happens. Transparency. What's fair and reasonable? Who is managing any of this? So as a contracting officer, I can't sign a contract. I cannot, manage a contractor to receive the deliverables if I'm absent. So what I'm saying is, since 2020, my taxes have increased by triple. What am I getting for that?
Your time has expired.
Nothing. So you all are good stewards. You're supposed to be acting with have ethical responsibility over what we have put you all in charge to do. So can we see something for that? Can we see anything for that?
About revenue neutral.
Revenue neutral?
Our next speaker is Loretta Brown. Debbie Berzer on deck. Loretta Brown. Loretta Brown? No. Last call? Okay. Our next speaker?
Hi, I'm Loretta Brown. I live in the Wellborn area. I have heard a lot of people speak about seniors and veterans, and I want to quote Ms. Yeager Yates and Mr. Howard, because they said in an interview that 85% of our children are on free and reduced lunch in our county, which is true, except for this year, 100% of them are. The whole entire county gets free and reduced lunch. So if you don't have children in school, you would not know that. But my child is at Sumner. So our county is saying we cannot feed our children breakfast or lunch because they get both free. So I did a little studying like a lot of other people. These numbers are a little old. Wyandotte County roughly has 157,000 people in it. Johnson County has roughly 690,000. The median income in Wyandotte County is about $38,000. And that's why you guys have been very stifled on building up the Indian Springs area, because you know you don't have the demographics to support anyone purchasing anything there. And, you know, the median income in Johnson County is $90,000. So, and we are not technically the poorest county. We are the third poorest county in the state. The counties poorer than us have roughly 4,000 to 6,000 people in it. So we have 157,000, and I'm not really sure how many of those are families, but 85% of those families cannot feed their children breakfast or lunch. And that's why the federal government has stepped in and said, hey, we will provide that for you because you are so poor, you cannot feed your children. So it is kind of wild to think that this county cannot feed its children, but we're gonna raise taxes 17%. Those numbers, and the median income is $38,000. And like a lot of people said, my home is worth, from what the county says, $187,000. I pay, I think this year, $3,600.
1 minute remaining.
So, you know, I can't afford my taxes. I'm a single mom of two. Both my sons have gone to Sumner. My son is a freshman there now. My other one graduated. I went to schools here. My family has lived here since 1953. My family owned a business here from 1982 to 2014. And my family was very happy to serve this community. We were one of the only health food stores here. My mom served the poor and the impoverished. So did my grandpa and my uncle for 40 years, serving, you know, natural goods that wasn't available at the time. And, you know, it's very hard to watch a community you want to stay in. I want to stay here. I love Wyandotte County. I love the diversity. I love that we're supposed to be able to afford to live here. But again, those numbers you guys had, I'm presenting you with numbers. 100% of families in school cannot feed their kids breakfast and lunch. Where are they going to pay your taxes? They're not going to pay your taxes.
Your time has expired.
My mom was also a single mom. She was on tax. She did not pay it. She had to pay it back for 12 years, so we did not lose our home when I was younger.
Our last speaker is Debbie Berzer.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Debbie Berzer, and I'm from Bonner Springs. My mother has a house that my father built 68 years ago. It was a post-Korean War house in 1957. So it's a ranch, one level, of course. And the appraiser this year raised the appraisal value by $90,000. That is kind of unbelievable because there is no way my mother would ever get an extra $90,000 out of her property. Therefore, my point being, not only are you raising the mill levy, but when you raise the appraisal value, you are double billing. Because not only does the appraisal have to do with the mill levy, but it has to do with all of the agencies that are deciding what they're going to charge us for the next year. And so it's not just the mill levy that we have to look at. It is also how much the appraisal is that you are going to increase, that part too, that you are not looking at. And my 95-year-old mother, who is now deceased since January, would be rolling in her grave because there is not $90,000 worth of more house there. But my point being, again, nobody is really taking into consideration that it's not just the mill levy. It's also the appraisals that you keep raising. I have fought the appraisal business about 3 years ago on our home, and it came to cost me more for the attorney than it was worth at that point because there was no getting around the appraiser. I am all for backing any state legislation that will come that we will have appraisals across the board in the state of Kansas that can't not go above a certain amount so that the counties can stop doing the appraisals
1 minute remaining.
and that we're all equal again. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the individuals that have signed in to speak this evening.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? This is an important issue. So if you do, just one after another, come to the mic and just state your city and your name. One at a time.
Good evening, I'm Larita Burton, KCK. I work full-time, a mom of 4, 2 adults, 2 teens. I don't own, I rent. Rent is high. I understand the complaints. I don't get raises every year. If I do, it's 10 cent, 3 cent, 5 cent. Rents average $1,500 a month. Groceries, gas, with all the construction that's going on in our county. You have to take detour after detour after detour, which wastes gas. I have an all-wheel drive, so me keeping gas in my car. Paying a phone bill, BPU bill. This month, 300 something, next month is 468. My numbers don't equate, so I'm always spending more than what I make. So I don't honestly know what to do. I go without, my kids go without. Sometimes we can't have food. You can't go to a pantry because the pantry food is expired. So what good does that do? Don't eat pork. Don't eat beef. So there's not a lot of options there. So you guys, I don't know what you can afford, but me, these people, obviously can't afford a lot of stuff. So if you were ever in our position, I wonder what that would look like. So you have to ask yourself that question. If I was in these people's positions making $15 an hour or $17 an hour, what would I be doing different? So just please do something different because we can't continue like this. And calling out of orders and all of this other stuff, people are irritated, people are frustrated, people are
1
fed
minute
up.
remaining.
So I appreciate everything that y'all do. Thank you.
My name is Fannie Hill. I live in Wyandotte County. Mayor, you've done a beautiful job. I thank God for you. I'm right there with you. As I said, you're the sacrifice. You came in to let him in. And I'm just his spokesperson. I spent 1.5 years down here at every meeting speaking to the commissioners. Wasn't me speaking. Like the young lady came behind me, it wasn't me speaking. I'm just a messenger. So I don't have anything to say. My assignment here is over. I'm here because the people asked me to come. I'm not here as a messenger, but I do have a request for the mayor. Mayor, would you please get the line by line item from each department where the money is going? I spoke about the corruption. We all know corruption is deep, but God I serve is a lot deeper. Corruption been around a long time, but the God I serve been around a lot longer. So I'm not worried about anything. I'm at peace. I'm provided for because I put all my trust in him. Commissioner Lopez, that was a smart move. I was gonna tell you to make it, I saw you. It was in my spirit to tell you, smart move, keep doing what you're doing. Commissioner Sykes, I respect you and I appreciate your honesty. You've been honest, always been honest with me. That means a lot. Commissioner Kane, I love you too. I don't have nothing personal. It's not about me. That's one thing he let me know. This is not about me. What God is doing is bigger than me. So this is not about me. So I have to move me and just keep loving. Reggie, you're doing a good job, but like she said, it was just numbers. And we're saying transparency is not going to happen. When there's corruption, money being taken, money being hid, money being done away with,
1 minute remaining.
Nobody is finna be that transparent. Things are coded, you don't understand it. Mayor, get the line by line item for each department. My understanding is, why doesn't it already exist? Administrator, you come back every year for more money. Have you even looked at the line by line item to see what these departments are doing with the money while they're coming back asking you for more? To me, that should be your job. You should know before you say, I'm going to give you more money, let me see what you did with that money. I'm not understanding it, but I won't, because there's no transparency. There's no transparency. Administrator, would you see to it that the mayor get the line by line department item? Reggie, the accounting department doesn't have a line by line item from each department where the money is going?
Your time has expired.
No. The accounting department should have that. The administrator should have that. The mayor should not have to be waiting on that. Mayor, I put it on your post. You put a post out there and I said, we're waiting on the line by line item. I want to see it. So would you please not?
Time has
not
expired.
get away with giving me that? That's my request.
Laura Sanchez, KCK. Appreciate Phil Lopez for coming out to my property to see a tree that I have talked 3 or 4 times. Every time our power goes out, we've got a rotten tree that is holding up a tree that is actually on the land bank land that I've been trying to get. That they wanted to charge me $7,000 for a third of an acre the first time I asked, and I think it's down to $1,400 now. But it's hanging over the main power transformer in our neighborhood. And every time I've asked them to cut that back, they say, well, we're not doing any preemptive tree trimming. When it goes down, we'll come take care of it. So I lived in Olathe for 23 years, and after a divorce, I came to KCK, and I was like, God, why are you taking me from all my people and bringing me up here to Wyandotte? I've lived here 10 years now, and I am with my people now. I love Wyandotte, but it breaks my heart. I've got one of my neighbors lost her son to fentanyl, 16-year-old. My other neighbor got killed. He was the one that got hit at 38th Street when he stopped to give the homeless man that they had removed over 8 times. And he kept coming back, and nobody would ever make sure. I mean, he's almost rolled in front of cars. So that neighbor got killed the week before Christmas. I had another neighbor who has got now her family is having to help her pay her bills because her home is paid for, but she cannot afford her property taxes. So I watch all my neighbors, and the one who lost her son, it's like every time I go over there to give him honey or eggs, she just holds me and she cries. And it's like I feel the pain of everybody in this county because we could have something so amazing, and it's just like we just keep giving it away. We give money to the corporations who don't need it, and we are taking the money from the people who can give it the least. And
1 minute
breaks my
remaining.
heart. I thank you, Tom Burrows, for taking care of the animal control problem. I live between Bell Crossing and Sorter, where I cannot tell you, I've got 3 dogs that I have rescued that get dumped. They just dump them in our neighborhood. Every time I call animal control, we are underfunded, understaffed, and we have no room. But if I shoot the dog, they'll come pick the dog up. I love animals, got a lot of them, but it's just, when you say, well, we're going to have to cut services, what services are you talking about? I'm being charged impervious surfaces. My property is a 45-degree angle down to a creek, and there's one drain in my entire neighborhood. I live on a cul-de-sac, and all my water sits with mosquitoes breeding unless I go down there with the blower and blow it out. So in my neighborhood has no sidewalks, no curbs, no services. The only thing that y'all have ever done for me is put up a power pole when I first moved in there as a single parent because it was a black hole, and I did not want to live where I live at 38th and Leavenworth without street lights.
Your time has expired.
If I can, one more thing. 2019, power pole broke. 80-foot tree came down on it. Y'all sent a team up from Joplin to fix it. It laid in my yard for a year and a half. I have a school. You know, like kids like to walk across logs. I said, for a year and a half, I called the city, and then you call BPU. I called BPU, they said, call the city.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Only till you threaten to sue either one of those entities does anything get done.
Good evening. My name is Richard Shahan. My wife and I own a little store called Animal Crackers at 81st and 11 North Road, and several of you have been there, I know. I could only wish that my taxes were going up 13 to 17%. In 2023, they were $5,800, my total tax bill for the property. In 2024, after appealing a 130% increase, I got it down to $7,772. At revenue neutral, with the $151,000 valuation increase that they have put on my property, nothing at 81st and Leavenworth Road or in 2 miles in any direction has sold for anywhere close to that, unless you're at Amazon. But it's going up 151,000. So at revenue neutral, my taxes are proposed to be $12,668. With the increase, if it's approved, it'll be nearly 83% increase. It'd be $14,121. I will be appealing, definitely, either at revenue neutral at these others. I don't know where the valuations are coming from. The properties in that area, no house, no business within 2 miles has ever sold for that kind of money since I've been there, and that's 10 years now. Thank you.
Good evening and hello again, commissioners. Thank you so much for letting me be one of your final voices today. My name is Nikki Richardson. I'm a KCK resident and the Executive Director of Justice for Wyandotte. And I stand before you today advocating that we increase how much is allocated to our county's community services budget by 10%, so it can be a healthy 33%. Our county's community service budget includes our budget for our health department, aging, transportation, parks, neighborhood resources, and economic development. These are essential to the health equity of Wyandotte County, which has been consistently been reported as the poorest in the metro area, especially the Northeast, District 1, who has the lowest mortality rate in the city. Defunding these healthy and community services is a death sentence to that district. Also, many of our police officers are mainly responding to calls regarding mental and behavioral health, substance abuse, and complaints about loitering from our growing unhoused population. In the last 2 months, we lost 2 beloved Black men in our community, a deputy and a civilian, as a result of this. More than 80% of our county inmates are on mental health medication, or they don't have stable housing. We all know that our jail is housing our mental health and homeless problem. If you allowed for our budget to hire the same number of social workers as police officers you were looking to hire, we wouldn't actually need those police officers or those sheriffs. We are costing our city more in dollars and lives viewing our budget in this reactive approach. Whether you look at this through a moral lens or a fiscally responsible one, it is clear that we need a critical investment into our health-related services to ensure we are both healthy and safe. Thank you for your time and listening ears.
Randy and I, Bonner Springs, Kansas. You're going to vote here shortly. You need to vote with the majority of the people in your district that are telling you to hold revenue neutral. I've listened to these good people. Not one of them came in here and said, yeah, I want to pay more taxes. I want you to raise my property values. I need to fund the project more. You need to vote with the patrons in each one of your districts that are telling you to vote revenue neutral. We know a few will vote, but we need to flip some of your seats for the people. Thank you.
Matt Berzer, Bonner Springs. I bring good news. The Royals came back in the ninth inning and beat the White Sox tonight 5-4. The old announcer for the Royals, Fred White, had the saying, they asked Jesse James, why do you rob banks? And he said, that's where the money is. Well, KCMO has a personal income tax that they have had for decades. I know you've talked about that, Mayor Garner. The six-figure income personnel in Wyandotte County do not live in Wyandotte County. They do not pay property tax in Wyandotte County. I would strongly suggest that you do everything you can to bring that into bear and probably give a credit of $2,000 to $3,000 for any amounts paid on property tax, so that the people that live in Wyandotte County don't have to be double taxed. And the second item is the USDA has announced they're going to make Kansas City a regional hub. The last time they did that, under the first Trump administration, we got rolled by Representative Cleaver and all the jobs went to Missouri. That South Cerner Tower would be combined with, excuse me, American Royal, Ag Hall of Fame, the Dairy Cooperative, a great gateway for agriculture. So think about income, because as you can see here, we're broke.
1 minute
There's no
remaining.
money, and Jesse James has already robbed us. So take a look at the other side of the ledger. Thank you.
Sorry.
Ma'am, if you've already spoke, you only get one yes. Thank you. Appreciate your. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. This is please come forward. State your name and your residence.
My name is Cheryl Yates, and we live in Kansas City, Kansas, all of our lives. And we've been here before. We've talked about this before. We heard tonight about the physical, but I think it's really the fiscal health of the city. We heard about the heart health and the blood pressure health of people. We've heard about the homeless situation health. And we've also heard about the pain that so many citizens are experiencing. And I guarantee you, when people got their appraisals, their blood pressure went up, and a lot of them had heart attacks. What we have done as a city doesn't work. It has not worked for years, and it continues to fail. But you keep saying, many of you commissioners, except the 3 that have been mentioned earlier, continue to say, we have a program for that if you can't afford it. We'll be your rescuers, when you are the source of the problem. And I don't know how you cannot see it. I just don't understand how you can't see it. Mayor Garner, I think I read somewhere where you encouraged churches to step up and be responsible for some of these issues in the community. And I think that's a wonderful idea. The problem is you've out-taxed, not you, but the commission has out-taxed many of the constituents. It's obvious that you have a bigger pocket than many citizens do. And when it's not your money, you don't spend it wisely. I was extremely confused by this budget. It's obvious, and I don't know why, City Administrator, you can't provide the information that's being asked.
1 minute remaining.
If I recall, when you first came in, you said, I haven't had time to sort through this budget, and you were confused by it. So if you, as the city administrator, were confused by it, what do you think the city people are confused? I mean, I understand they would be confused, but you should present it thoroughly. And you've had some great offers tonight by experienced people who are willing to help you work through it. So I think if you would consider what you've done doesn't work, consider changing your approach and honor the wishes of your people. Thank you.
Okay, this will be my last revenue neutral meeting with you all. I want to make sure that I leave on a good note of making sure that everybody that wants to speak for the 2026 budget has an opportunity. So if you are here and you would like to speak and you haven't already spoke, please take this time. I want to hear from you. This commission needs to hear from you. And that's something that needs to happen.
That was totally interrupted. I only spoke 1 minute.
The clerk said she paused it for you. If you're coming to speak, please state your name and your city of residence, please.
Hello, my name's Joe Kahar, Edwardsville, Kansas. And I just got here, but I was able to listen to a lot of this online. I'm running for the Board of Trustees at the community college, and I'm running to represent the community. I'm not there to represent the college. I'm going to be representing the constituents. And a lot of people cried out tonight, and they have concerns. Everybody that I've talked to is concerned about losing their homes. And that should be a real concern of everybody sitting up here. When I'm talking to elderly community and they're worried about where they're going to move, where they're going to live, we're talking about trying to have a healthy community. When people are losing their houses, that's not a healthy community. And so we have to fix this budget before we can start spending money on extra curricular activities. So I just hope that there's some people up here willing to reduce this budget. The numbers that I got in my tax bill are going to be quite a substantial change. It's going to increase by quite a bit. So if there's anything that you can do that's creative, I understand cuts are hard. I understand that it's not easy, but that's kind of what you're here for. And so we're just asking to please consider the people that are going to lose their homes. If you haven't, I know tonight's the night, but get out and talk to some of those people and find out what their situation is, their story. Somebody stated earlier that you might have deeper pockets than most of the people out here. Maybe that's the case, but a lot of people that I talk to in the community are really hurting. And so please keep that in consideration. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to recognize we have Mayor Kahar from Bonner Springs with us. I'm sorry, Edwardsville, apologize. But she is also, congratulations, newly appointed Kansas representative. So, you know. I'm glad to have her here with us. Clerk, I believe you have people online. I'm closing a public hearing at this time. I'm sorry. Public hearing in the audience, but yes, the hearing will continue just virtually. Anybody online, clerk?
Our first speaker is Alma Hall. Go ahead and unmute, state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alma Hall, live in Kansas City, Kansas. So for several years, I have been coming up and having those discussions about revenue neutral, high taxes, being fiscal responsible. transparency, clarity. I know that tonight, the decision that you're going to make, it's going to be what we kind of know. So I'm requesting that you start the process for the earnest tax. Demand those developers who owe money to our community, that they start paying our debts. Lastly, that we ensure that any business that comes into our community is held with some responsibility. It's not just coming in and taking money from us, but also establish a way where they're also going to invest in our community. That they hire 80% of our community members, not who come over and just take money from our community. Also, I know that we're overtaxed. As I'm sitting here, I know that we have property tax, Kansas City, Kansas college tax, library, Mill Valley, schools, pilot. BPU will be raising their taxes, their rates here soon. Sewer tax, sales tax, stormwater, again, the personal taxes, liquor tax, and additionally, our sales tax are gonna go up. So based on what I know, and based on the total income of our community, the income is not matching what what you guys are gonna pass. There's no way. We have to figure out how we can provide a livable community for all of us, not just those people that are employed by UG, BPU, all those. You have to make sure that everyone in our community has a chance to survive by the means that we have within our community.
1 minute.
We have high needs and there's not enough money coming into our homes. This is an off balance. The decisions that you make today not only are going to affect our community today, but also those of us who are going to stay here later. All these decisions didn't happen yesterday. Whoever was in these seats within 10 years past, you did this. So before you leave, at least try to correct it, not for you, but for the people that are in front of you asking you for help. Thank you. And also, my condolences to all the men in blue, the men that service our community. I know that we're all hurting. And so thank you for giving me this time to speak. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is listed as iPhone 2. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Cece Harlan, and I live in KCK. I want to bring attention to something. When we get advice on deals, development deals, when we get advice on tax abatements and things like that, that comes from a legal department. And when you have a legal department or a one law firm that sits on every board, there's a conflict of interest, because when we're saying that the commissioners are voting on it, well, they have legal advice. And if that legal advice is poor, then we're going to get poor outcomes like we're getting now. If you look at the budget and see how much we pay for that legal advice, you would also see that your taxes would come down if you did something different with the legal department. I think that there should be a different legal representation for every board, BPU, the college, the schools. There should not be one law firm on here. This is where we're running into poor legal advice, because at the end of the day, they're advising the ones that we elected to do these things, to make these deals, to give away these bonds and things like that. So I think that if you start from where your legal advice is coming from and work your way down, you might begin to save some money that way, because I believe that the legal advice that we're getting for these development agreements and all of that is coming from the one single law firm. And if we had some opposition to that law firm, some things might change in Wyandotte County. And I want to say to you guys, I'm proud that everybody showed up tonight. Guys, I'm glad. Instead, we need to show up at that voting poll and get rid of all the people who do vote to raise your taxes. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised online.
Thank you, Clerk, and thank you to everybody that spoke tonight. Your comments are both valued and always appreciated. I'm going to open it up for commissioners to make remarks. I'm sorry. The public meeting is closed. So I'm going to proceed on to commissioners. You're more than welcome to make comments, remarks, or respond to any questions posed by anybody from the meeting or ask questions of staff. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I was just for our budget department. What is, I just need some clarity for our folks here. What is our mill rate right now? For county and
Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the right numbers. The mill rate right now is 67.921 for both the city and the county combined.
67?
So that's 34.462 for the total city levy and 33.459 for the total county levy. And that is just what the unified government levies. There are additional levies that are levied by the other taxing agencies.
Okay, now, what is the, just for clarity though, but what is the proposed to bring it up to for the 26?
The proposed levy would be 36.462 for the city funds and 35.459 for the county funds, which is 2 mills on both sides.
So it's 60. So 70 basically, 71, sorry. Okay, now what I'm trying to get at is what a lot of folks here are seeing their high tax increase versus what we were showing, but what if, what is the increase when you add the library board tax levy, the school USD 500 tax levy, and the college tax levy? Now, what does that bump it up to?
We would not know what those tax levies are until they adopt their budgets. And I'm not, the clerk would have to, would
See,
be the one to know that.
that's the $1 million question here, because what our folks are seeing, and they're saying, you know, hey, it's not adding up. Well, it's not adding up because we here are not showing these different tax levy entities that are driving our property taxes through the roof. And that's what needs to be clarified before we're all nailed to the cross, when it's this, you've got, you know, well, Turner and then Piper, USD 500, the library, you have the college. I mean, so that's what I just was trying to get clarity, is that we got to look at that. And why are they driving it so high? That's the only clarity I was wanting for our folks here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to everybody who voiced their opinion tonight. We do take it seriously, but I wanted to address some personal attacks that were actually.
Let's please respect, I asked that earlier. Everybody had an opportunity to speak, and I made sure everybody had an opportunity to speak. Please respect everybody's viewpoint and the comments. These are your elected officials. Please respect their role in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to address the comment that was made earlier tonight about not paying attention and disrespecting people. Whenever you speak, I'm trying to write down what you're saying, so I'm following what you're saying. You deserve respect. That person was disrespectful. And that's why it's called out on Ms. Linda Smith Heiser. And I was charting what she was saying. She has a $122,000 purchase house. Her assessment went up 100,000. We have the highest taxes in Kansas, which I don't believe is true. But the point was, and I have always done this since I've been a commissioner, out of respect for you and to educate me on what your circumstances are. So, and I don't think there's anyone out there that if their name was demeaned, they wouldn't have a comment about that. Also, with regard to what I understood Mr. Scott Harding to say when he talked about all of us have affiliations on these boards with the Casino Grant Fund, I do not. Never have had any affiliation with any recipient of a casino grant fund. That's what we are charged to do. Those were contractual situations made long before probably any of us sitting up here were up there. So if they want to change it, maybe the next commission can look at that. That's a contractual situation between the casino and us. Many of you have talked about where does the money go? Valid question. And on slide 11, when we looked at the city budget, and I've said this before, 58% of your dollar goes to public safety in the city. And in the counties, 43%. I support our law enforcement, but it's your dollars and cents that I look at. The contract period is key. So even though I have in the past voted against contracts, it takes 6 votes up here to pass anything. So I would say to you, next year when you're looking at, or if it's not next year, whenever the contracts come up for our public safety officials, that's the time to look at it and be here and voice your concern. Because once it becomes contractual, we can't cut. We don't have the wherewithal to cut what's on the contract. So those are things you need to be looking at. I did ask in one of the budgets last week in the county, public safety again is 43% of our overall budget. I did ask to see how much in parity we paid and was put into the budget last year because we upgraded costs for the sheriffs so they would be competitive with our police department. So those are the things to look at. You may be outvoted. Someone talked about guts tonight. That's when, you know, the guts need to come out and be shown, but it takes 6 of anything to vote. Also want to remind that last year, I think there was all of us except one voted for revenue neutral. And I've heard repeatedly tonight that your taxes didn't go down. Mine didn't. So there is a disconnect here about what the revenue neutral and the taxes and all that. I also said there was going to be a decrease of services, and I've seen it in my district, and it makes me sick. In the area of town in which I live, there are a lot of vacant lots that aren't cut. And why? Because to accommodate the revenue neutral, it was cut so that we have cutting once instead of twice a month. You can shake your head, but that's what happened. So just want to let's make sure you understand what the costs and effect were. I know the goal is to reduce your property taxes. That didn't happen, but we did vote revenue neutral last year. So thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, are there any other comments from our commission? Okay. Clerk, when, sorry, Commissioner Townsend.
Mayor, could we entertain like a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
or is that 10-minute break?
That's fine.
Okay.
The request of Commissioner Townsend, we'll we're going to break for 10 minutes and reconvene at about 10:20. Thank you. Work towards their seats. We got 1 minute and we will start.
Where's the money? Somebody else, I'm not here. Which one are you running?
Okay. I just have to remind everybody too that under the Unified Governments Ethics Code, unfortunately, there can be no campaigning within the chambers or the hallways of the Unified Government, so. Not calling anybody out, but just a reminder, it violates our ethics code. Commissioner Kane?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it's been said in multiple different meetings that it was 9/0 last year and I wasn't here. I was on vacation with my family. And several times tonight, we heard across the board that your real estate taxes went up. And those of us that live out west, we have the Piper School District that the school fund kicked in. You know, so there is a lot going on. And we are here to try to do the best we can. And sometimes you might not always agree with the decisions that we have to make, but we try to make the decisions that we think are best. And I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that. I've only done this for 20 years. I've tried to do my best. But sometimes people get upset because I'm a little too blunt or I'm a little too upfront. But we are trying to do what's best, and I realize that a lot of you don't. So Mayor, I want to make a motion that I move the ordinance and resolution approving the unified government exceeding the revenue neutral rate for both Kansas City and Wyandotte County, Kansas for the tax year of 2026 to be adopted.
No. Okay, before I accept that, any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Not a second to that motion at this time, but I appreciate the enthusiasm and passion of especially everybody that spoke. But Mr. Harding, you said, I think, that we get $500 million of casino money.
That's the deal they made.
Let her ask the question first and.
You
and if
also
She
said,
wants you to respond, she'll call
and
you.
yes, I would like you to respond, because I wrote down what you said, and you said that we get $500 million of casino money, but then you also said each commissioner gives away $1 million, which would be 11 million if that were true. So can you confirm what you said? The reason I'm asking is because I like the enthusiasm, but the information should be correct. And the reality of the casino grant program that I think you were referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, were you talking about the casino grant program?
It was a hotel.
If he's gonna.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, the hotel was supposed to build 500 hotel rooms, and you guys made a deal to do 250, and they did away with,
Thank
they
you.
were supposed to pay a fine of 500 million, I think, a year.
No, sir.
Is that what
$1
was it?
million a year.
What was it? You guys remember?
I'm pretty close to correct. $1 million a year roughly was the fine they had been paying prior
Okay, and then you
to,
guys are supposed to get a settlement because they didn't have to build the 500 room hotel or whatever you want to call it. And then you guys gotta donate it to your charities, I guess, correct?
every year since the casino has opened, they have provided approximately $500,000 a year into a fund that is given to charity.
So instead of 500 million, it's 500,000.
500,000
Okay.
for the charitable fund. And that was the part that I wanted to correct. And
Okay, I
then
appreciate that because I got so many numbers and I didn't write nothing down. I just sort of going by memory. But you know, I know you guys get to donate it to your charities, and, you know, the way I look at it, Wyandotte County Unified Government is a charity. So how can a charity give money away to a charity? You guys ought to put that into roads, police. We're over 77 policemen down. We're down firemen. Let's put that money towards them and the EMTs and the roads.
I
Let's-
appreciate your comments.
Okay.
The contract that was signed
Mhm.
between the unified government and the casino was to create a grant fund to support the nonprofit activities in the community. So I'm just clarifying.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, you're a nonprofit here in Unified. Let's use it. Let's use it on the roads, EMTs and firemen and police.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Couple of things. We are not a nonprofit. The Unified Government is not. We are a government. We're not a 501c3 or any of the sort, nor are we a charity. There are a lot of things that were said that I think are just, it's not accurate. But I do want to say, for the folks that waited, for the folks that spoke, for the folks that voiced their concerns, while I disagree with how we get there, I do have empathy and I do want to find creative ways to getting there. We are currently under a revenue neutral budget for the city and county portion of your property taxes. Yet a lot of you are coming up here and saying, here's how much I'm going to pay if you all go revenue neutral, which means we have to find another way for there to be relief. I do not believe that going revenue neutral is the way to get there. We do have our rebates, put this up here, coming up for our community, where we assist seniors, we assist our disabled residents, we assist those in need that qualify to get rebates. The reason why I promote the rebates so much and hosted the senior fair in my district is because what folks could get from a rebate, rebates from our utility and sales tax, rebates from the state, is far more than what you could get if we go revenue neutral. And that is in part because commercial is taxed at a higher rate than residential. And so although for you, or for folks that are paying that property tax bill on the residential side, there is absolute hardship that has been expressed. From the unified government side, the majority of those dollars, a good great deal of those dollars are actually coming from large businesses. And so I believe that we need, there's close to what, 8,000 homes that qualify for the rebates. I would hope that the energy that we put in to going revenue neutral would also be put into getting our seniors rebates. Folks had talked about the per capita income of our community. That per capita income, which is about 41,000, someone said 38,000, that's about the same for the eligibility for these rebates. And so that is my response to this. I know folks will say, I disagree with you, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with people saying, I do not agree with that particular logic. I'll also add, again, I think there's some confusion here, and please help me out, Mr. Lindsay. The budget that we are proposing, right, and we haven't voted on it, but the budget that we are proposing is for a 2 mil increase. But the notices that went out, and this might be a clerk's question as well, is for a 3 mil increase. Is that correct?
3 and 3.
The notices were for 3 mils on this, on what everybody got. It's 3 mils for the city, 3 mils for the county. What we are talking about tonight is 2.
Yes, the budget is proposed at 2 mils, sir.
2 mils. Okay, but for the notices, can you confirm?
Yes, Commissioner Monica Sparks, UG Clerk, the notice that went out was the max that the commission had set. So it was at the 3 mils.
It was at the 3 mils. We are not talking about the 3 mils.
Correct.
We are not. We are talking about 2 mils. And so now we're talking about $4 million less than what folks would pay into their property taxes. I agree with us providing as much information. I do find it interesting. We did a deep dive into the budget for the past 2 weeks. We did not hear anybody say no to any of those departments. If anything, we heard, and you all can go and watch those meetings, we heard we need more police officers, we need more people in street maintenance, we need more, we need more, we need more. And so yes, do I think we're gonna have to reconcile what we've talked about in the past 2 weeks and then what is being discussed tonight? Yes, because at some point, we're going to have to get to one consensus on how we move this forward. There was another person that mentioned the earnings tax. While I agree with pursuing that, it's just not allowed under state law. And so we would have to, in Missouri, they allow it, in Kansas, they do not. Hence, us advocating for that change, because we do have that issue within our community where 70% of the folks that work in our community do not live in our community. I don't know, and this is the last thing I will say, there was a woman here that was complaining about her land bank lot and staff basically telling her that she cannot get access to that. We have changed the policy so that you actually can get a yard extension and so that you can actually get ownership of that lot. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Commissioner Stites? I'm sorry, Commissioner Stites? Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4. I just want to chime in, just say a couple things. Number one, I certainly appreciated Churches United and for Justice coming out in big numbers and sharing some of the concerns that they shared on tonight. Also, hearing about some health concerns here in Wyandotte County and how over the years we have continued to have some of the highest health issues as we consider our budget. So I just definitely wanted to mention those two items in particular and just appreciated our community coming out to share their concerns, their disappointments, their anger. It is a time where it is very disappointing. And unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation being shared. And one of the things with the misinformation, I've heard a couple of my fellow commissioners say that to vote revenue neutral does not decrease our taxes. And so even last year, I believe I really didn't understand, even as I was going through the process, trying to learn, try to figure out what's best, and hearing the voices from our community. I voted revenue neutral, knowing that this would mean that a lot of our services would decrease even more. And I agree, a lot of things are not being done. And we are definitely working to improve the services here that the unified government does and are supposed to do. But it takes time. It takes all of us. And again, I haven't been in the commission but a year, so I'm learning as we go. And something one of our commissioners said, we try to make the best decision we can make with the information that we are given. And many don't agree, many don't understand, and that's okay. Uh, uh, and over this last year, I've learned a whole lot just as we have moved through the year with different concerns. I've met with different constituents. I've talked to them. I understand some of the challenges, other things I'm still learning about, but I do appreciate each and every one of you coming and sharing your concerns And like I always say, I believe together we can do great things. If we just give each other a chance to work together, we can make some good things happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So Reggie, if you would, can you help me? It's not 2 mills as it's being presented that we're raising. It's 2 plus, correct? 2 plus the appraised value?
So we are, Commissioner, County Administrator did propose 2 additional mills. Now, if you're speaking about going for revenue neutral, I don't know if that's what you're,
Yeah, total increase.
so going from revenue neutral, it would be like a 4.3 on the city side. And then on the county side, it'd be about a 4.3 also going from revenue neutral.
Right, so it's not 2 as it's been presented. It's 4.3. So I know that in past budgets, we've used the number of $200,000 house, and now for some reason it's dropped now to a $150,000 house that we're doing our comparables to. I don't know why that has changed, because I don't know that there's too many $150,000 houses out there. But so if we were to stick with that $200,000 house that we've used for many years, what would the taxpayer expect to pay this year more than they did last year?
For city and county, it'd be $197,000. And then if you're county only, it'd be $816,000 or $816.
Okay, say it again, please, because
All
the
right.
first one was $1,000.
So for the city and the county, it'd be $197 increase. And then for the county only, it'd be $98
You
a
said,
year.
I'm
increase.
confused because you said the city and the county. And
Yeah.
then
So if you're paying taxes for KCK, for the
is
mill
how
levy,
much? Is how much?
$96 for,
So the combination of the two is roughly $200.
yes,
$200 for a $200,000 house.
yes.
Right? So everybody from there can do the math. You know, $400,000 house is $400, right? Is that all right?
400, so that's on a 200,000, so.
Right, so you would double that,
Yeah, it'd be 400, yes,
400,
yes.
right? And here's what I want to make sure to address that we talked about, and I understand what Commissioner Lopez was saying a minute ago when he was trying to figure, you know, the community college and the libraries and the water districts. And you know what? We need to be equally passionate as we are tonight with every one of those other taxing entities, right? Because some of those are, in my opinion, just going unchecked. I was very disappointed to find out that our Kansas City, Kansas Community College voted to exceed revenue neutral once again. You know, it seems like we've got money just to hand out left and right to that college. But what I'm trying to get at is we can only control what we control, right? And that's our budget. So I think it's important that we make sure that we are speaking out at these other taxing entities and making sure that they are toting the line also. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess I need a little clarity as well. Our budget director, if you take on the full valuation appraised value, what is that? I know that was 7%, but you equate that down into mills. What is that? Do we have that dollar amount?
Dollar amount, so it would be 4.3 mills on the city side, and then it would be 4.3 mills on the city side.
And that's coming from the valuations that we're expecting from appraised values.
Yes.
No.
So it's 2.3 for like the 7%. And then we're adding an additional 2 mills, which brings a total of 4.3.
On both city and county side.
And that's just the city, and the county's pretty much the same. So in total, it'll be like 8.6 for them both. And then it's 4.3 for each of them.
So we're talking about taking the full valuation from this year's appraisals and then adding 2 mills on top of it?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. So actually, we're taking the full value and increasing the mill rate at the same time. We're taking the full valuation and increasing the mill rate. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then another question, I don't know, Administrator, if you have an answer. I haven't seen anything, any budget slides from staff. I know this commission, off my recommendation, we passed the retired incentives. 10% would go to debt reduction as well as 50%. I haven't seen those numbers presented at all. Do we know what that looks like? And what that revenue would be and what's actually coming off and coming online to where those funds could be utilized to work on our debt?
Shelley, I believe we have those numbers. If I recall, the bottom line number is
Sorry.
that's okay.
Is it working? There we go. Shelley Knieven, CFO. So resolution 2-25 was about if there is new growth in terms of like new construction, then 10%, I'm sorry, this one is 225 is economic development agreements that we're ending. And so we have several TIFs that are ending. However, those TIFs still have outstanding debt. So we can't really use it to retire debt. We need to keep paying the debt. We have IRBs, and then we have the incremental sales tax because now the new base has been set for Plaza at the Speedway as required. So the total is 3.2 on the city side, of which 50% of that would be 1.6. And on the county side, it would be 1.2 or 1.15, of which half of it would be 579. So of those, because the TIFs still need to be directed towards debt, they will be paying down debt. That's what those dollars will be used for. The biggest chunk, of course, is the incremental sales tax from Plaza at the Speedway. That is built into the revenue projections that budget has put together. They've built that in, that we would receive those revenues, partly because instead of recommending the 3 mil increase, it was at the lower, the 2 mil increase. And then the other resolution was the 10%.
What's the bottom line number?
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, I just,
If
you
the
kept
city
talking.
side
What's
of
the
mill-
bottom line number?
On the city side, 1.6 million,
Okay,
and on the county side, 579. But you would back out some of those numbers that already need to go to debt.
yeah, the TIFs that still have debt.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the other resolution, 17-25, that was 10% of actual new construction, new growth to be set aside to help reduce debt in particular. And that was, it equates to 79,000 on the city side and 95,000 on the county side, 10%, because it's not a big percentage and it's not a big number to start with.
Right.
And so that's the bottom line impact.
Okay, thank you. I guess one of the things I've asked for, and hopefully at some point we could get it as a forensic audit of the unified government and our finances. I think that's overdue. I mean, we're government, and with any government, there's always fraud, there's some waste, and there's abuse. That was proven from the Robert Bob audit that I called for in 2022 that really showed that the finances of the unified government were really in a bad way. What came from that, we brought our new administrator in. We also found out that 44% of the Kansas City, Kansas side of our budget just goes to pay off our debt and the interest. I hadn't heard that prior. And so I strongly believe in audits. What also came from that soft audit was that $23 million of unaccounted for purchasing cards just kind of evaporated into thin air, and we still don't know where that money went after 3 years. And you got to remember that this group was an out of town, unaffiliated, unassociated, independent audit. And it was just a soft audit. One of their recommendations was that we do a deep dive into the finances and to all the operations of this unified government, because some of their findings were extremely disturbing. One of the things that was disturbing to me is I'd really like to see some of those recommendations that they gave this government and this community be taken seriously, and we adopt some of those in a way that hopefully could help, because some of the things they brought out in that audit I hadn't heard before. And so I strongly encourage and believe in continual audits of the unified government. What I've learned since becoming mayor is that we don't have enough money to pay our bills. I think that's what we keep hearing from staff. But the only solution I keep hearing is to raise taxes and fees, then keep up with the unchecked spending, unrestrained borrowing, growing our balloon budget, and depleting the reserve funds. All of this is irresponsible, and I've said it again, it is totally unsustainable. We have to have an itemized deep dive of the budget down to the penny. And I think there was a young lady that mentioned that earlier. We need to look at every line item. I worked at this government, and I can tell you that's what I used to do, and I used to find waste, full spending, and when I was asked to cut my budget, I cut it out. I think that's something that I believe this commission would love to have the opportunity to do. We have to uncover wasteful spending, cut wasteful spending, prevent wasteful spending in the future. We have to look at redundancies. Our HR director, for those of you who didn't watch, really talked about something as I was asking the question from something that I did when I was an executive, and that's looking at personnel. Because if you've watched the budget, the majority of the unified government's budget goes to personnel. Year after year, compounding pay raises upon pay raises is also unsustainable. There were several cities that went bankrupt as a result of doing that very thing. Detroit is one of them, especially when you talk about their pension funds. Do your research. Detroit, East St. Louis, Vallejo, California, Jefferson County, Alabama, Washington Park, Illinois, Moffett, Oklahoma, Cleveland, Washington, Stockton, California, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and Prickard, Alabama. All cities that went bankrupt. Now in Kansas, technically, there's really no state statute that says a city can go bankrupt. So what cities do here is we just keep raising taxes. But at some point, what I've learned from those other cities, especially Detroit, if you keep taxing people out of their homes, who are you gonna have left to tax? If businesses pack up and leave, who are you gonna have left to tax? Your taxing pool gets smaller and smaller and smaller. I saw this same scenario happen back in the late 80s, and I keep saying I got laid off at a very young age because of that scenario. We were losing populations and businesses, and the city tried to maintain the same level of services and increase spending, and as a result, I got laid off. I went in the Army, I came back, that practice was continuing. And when I came back on the police force, they were talking about laying me off again. So we have to look at history, and we have to find real solutions to these problems. I believe that that employee study from our HR director is long overdue because maybe we can find and right-size our employee staffs and look at positions that may or may not be needed, and look at attrition and put staffing in areas where they're needed most. Contractual services, we must renegotiate in a way that embraces competitive bids. I think someone brought it up tonight, and I don't know, but it's been asked to me. There's a perception that's the cronyism that may have existed for decades with certain organizations needs to be looked at in a way that to where you don't have lifelong, decades-old entities that get all the contracts and the bids, and they keep serving at the pleasure of the unified government. The unified government's addiction to tax, spend, borrow, and deplete the reserve fund has to be reined in with real financial reforms. Spending within our means. I think somebody talked about that. Listening to one of the residents, and I wrote that down. In my budget, I know what I bring in every month, and that's my budget. And I know how much money I may bring in the next year. And I don't go get 10 credit cards and max them all out. I operate within my budget, and I don't increase my budget year after year after year because I want more stuff. I continue to tighten my belt and I operate with my budget. By identifying essential services, I talked about that as well. I really haven't heard this government talk about what are the essential services of the unified government? What does that look like? What are we mandated by government, the federal government, and the state? And what does this community want our essential services to be? And that should be our starting point. Looking at just the essential services, I give a recommendation to say public safety, infrastructure, our parks, and day-to-day basic administration services. And then doing that well. Just doing the things that most cities are supposed to do. This commission is going to have to make hard choices, if not today, well into the future, even looking at the budget outlook that was given tonight. There's still red there. Hard choices are going to have to be made, and we cannot continue to kick the can down the road because at some point, we're breaking the backs of our hardworking residents, our seniors on fixed incomes. Their pocketbook cannot take anymore. Businesses, I've heard from them, cannot take anymore. Young people don't want to live here because they don't see a return, and there's nothing for them to want to be here. When you talk about affordable housing stock, the promise of Village West didn't work out well for the Northeast where there is no grocery store. That promise of Village West did not work out well for a lot of areas and pockets east of 635, where the mortality rate is higher than other areas. And you ask yourself, what have we really gained? We've got to streamline this government, control out of control, ballooning budgets, induce spending, because that's a huge problem, is spending. Being intentional about rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse through checks and balances and real accountability. Control top-level, non-exempt executive salary increases. Commit to not just having a balanced budget by seeing tax increases as a means to that end, but to being fiscally responsible by putting a pressure point on year after year ballooning budgets and tax increases, further consolidating functions and departments through attrition, identifying and eliminating top-heavy, high-level positions. Elected officials at some point are going to have to get the political courage. Well, I'm just going to say courage because I've seen a lot of politics being played since I've been mayor, and I hate it because I'm not a real politician. I've always seen myself as an elected official. But I've watched a lot of individuals play politics on the backs of this community, and it's shameful. I'm not running again, so there's no politics being played with me. But the spin can't be spun on me, and it's shameful of some of the games that I've seen being played on people in this community. And it hurts me as the mayor. Elected officials have to have the confidence and courage to do what's right for our overburdened taxpayers. Someone said it earlier, unified government. I hate that term too, because this government should never be unified within itself, and that's the perception of a lot of people, because the voices of the people are being left out. So many individuals in this organization are not connected to the people in this community and have no desire to be. And I'm out every day, somewhere, talking to someone. And if you don't believe me, come with me. And I hear the same, not just demands, but voices of desperation in every corner of this county. People are struggling. This is a poor county. I challenge everybody in this unified government to join me in putting the everyday people, who are the overwhelming majority of our community, above anybody's politics, the powerful in this government, the privileged that seem to always be well connected, and above any self-serving interests. Taxpayers are not the UG, unified government, and the BPU's asset. The UG is supposed to be the people's biggest asset. Somehow, somewhere, we have lost sight of that. Time and time again, over the course of my time as mayor, I have watched, to my initial horror and pain, to see people come here, some with tears in their eyes, year after year, plead and beg and demand for change. And since I've been mayor, other than a year of revenue neutral, that was not just supposed to be a year of revenue neutral. It was supposed to be a year where we deep dive and we look at how we can streamline this government in a way we could come back to this commission and present budgets that the starting point should be cost savings and not more spending. I hope that the next commission and mayor allow this community to continue to voice and speak, and that we respect the voice and the interests and the values of our residents. Big giveaways to corporate welfare recipients, that needs to stop. Because at some point, you heard that tonight, it's transferred on the backs of our hardworking residents. We inherited decades of bad decisions from our predecessors. And it's unfortunate, because we're dealing with that today. But the bad decisions have to stop. Because decisions we make today are going to impact residents of Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County that haven't even been born yet. And we're obligating them to pay the bills today. Many of us won't even be alive to see them. But they'll be asking the same question that I've been asking. How did we get here? Some of those decisions have destroyed neighborhoods and families and uprooted our seniors. Having the largest land bank stock that you'd find anywhere, not just in the metro, in the country. Went to Overland Park. They have 0 land bank properties, believe it or not, in Overland Park. Bad decisions have stymied growth in disinvested areas of our community. Racist redlining policies and practices that are decades old have kept the northeast of our community desperate and in utter despair. That alone is shameful. Those policies have to be looked at and have to be changed. Decisions have literally ran parts of our community into the dirt. We have broken bridges that we have no money to fix. We inherited it. Everybody here inherited it because all the maintenance was deferred. And I've been asking the same question. We have more revenue streams than most other cities anywhere you'd find in the great state of Kansas. And we own a utility with a pilot, and we keep piling more fees onto the pilot. And we still don't have enough money to to maintain basic needs of our residents. And so I come back and say, my question has always been, we need to have a deep dive. We need to have a forensic audit. I need to see the line items. And we need to figure out what's wrong because something is broken. And we can tell folks, oh, you know, you have the third lowest property taxes in the state. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I've looked at some of their bills and I've heard the stories about how it's increased. I've seen people tell me that they're being pushed out of their homes. The facts, the stories, and the reality doesn't face that slide. And I don't know. Over the years, there's been questionable, disingenuous politicians that have played games on the back of the people. Disconnected, unaccountable, self-serving, high-level bureaucrats, because they make good money, don't really care about everyday folks. Trust me, I worked here and I worked with some of them. So I know firsthand. And I'm not ashamed to say it. Greedy investors, years of deferred infrastructure maintenance, financial mismanagement, unchecked borrowing, uncontrolled spending, allegations of fraud, waste and abuse, and cronyism, intentional disinvestment. Moral compass has to change to be in alignment with what the charter indicates the unified government was set up for. And I challenge everybody to read it, because if you look at the charter and the reasons for consolidations, everything I heard tonight was really the argument for consolidation. But through politics, practice, and I guess time, it hasn't lived up to its promise. And I'm not saying consolidation is a bad thing. We need to make sure that consolidation lives up to the hard work of those that convinced voters that it was the right thing to do. We have a lot of assets. I've heard that, does unified government need to own a baseball park? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know very many cities that own a baseball park. We have a lot of other assets. But when you have a situation to where you're financially challenged, it should be all hands on deck and all options should be put on the table to make sure that our residents are getting the best deal. We've got to grow our community and grow our tax base. But that's going to be awfully hard to do if we don't make this place an affordable and livable place where people want to come, work, play, and raise their families. That's why 70% of our high wage earners that are here with some of the highest salaries you'll find in the metro choose not to live here. They take those tax dollars and they pay checks and they spend it in another community. So with that, I appreciate everybody that has spoke. This is my fourth one. I'm not saying I had all the answers or I've made all the right decisions, but I do care about our people here in Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County, and I do want better for you. I did my best against unprecedented odds, undermining, obstruction in ways that you all wouldn't even imagine, and I stayed resilient and strong. I came back to Wyandotte County because I was one of those that moved out because I lost hope. But I came back because I cared enough, and I didn't have to because some folks asked me to, and I run for mayor. And I just want to thank you all for entrusting me to just try, because that's all I could do. I'm one person. But I'm telling you all, don't give up, no matter what happens here tonight. Vote, stay informed, stay engaged, hold this unified government and everybody in it accountable. Because the power isn't in government, the power is in you, the people, and you need to make believers out of these politicians. And once you do, things will turn. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick suggestion possibly. There was a couple ladies here tonight that were analysts for the federal government. And per our administrator and our budget and our CFO, maybe suggest that whether this budget passes tonight or not, but we maybe reach out to them just for some guidance, maybe. I'd like to make that suggestion. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. Reggie and Dr. Knieven, when we talk about contractual services within the budget, both on the city and county side, can you give us some examples of what those are? I'm assuming one of the largest ones is commissary and health in the jail. Would that be right?
Yeah, so in the sheriff's department on the county side, there definitely is inmate housing, and inmate medical. There were some of the largest ones. And then on the city side, you definitely have like the KCATA contract, which is a pretty big one. Kansas City Area Transit Authority
There are some
for
contracts
for transit.
between the unified government and the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority for public transportation.
Yes.
And then on the county side, the largest one is.
So
within
then the KCATA is on the Kansas City Area Transit Authority is on the city side.
Correct.
And then on both the city and the county side, we definitely have like many software maintenance contracts that we have. And then we also have like property and casualty insurance, contractual contracts that we have.
So let's talk about competitive bidding for some of those. For example, there's no competitive bidding with KCATA. Can't put that out for an RFP. It's either have public transit or don't. I'm guessing with software licensing, can't put that out for an RFP. You have software that has contractual obligations to keep those licenses in place year after year after year, and it just goes up year after year after year, which we've seen in the presentations you've made to us over the last couple of weeks. The jail, I don't know. Sounds like that could probably go out for an
Yeah,
RFP,
now
but,
that can, yes,
Okay.
and it
but
does.
the reality is that is a constitutionally obligated expense for the unified government on the county side of the budget. We are required by law to operate a jail that provides meals, medical, and health services. That would be true?
That
Okay.
is correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify some of the questions I heard. I have said multiple times as we've worked our way through this budget that if we want to contemplate revenue neutral, which I am happy to do, that these commissioners need to own the cuts. Because I think last year we took a vote and we said we'll go revenue neutral, and then we told you all, now go cut a bunch of money. And we didn't spend a minute, not a minute, directing where cuts should come from. And I'm going to say again to every single one of us, starting tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, as a matter of fact, if we're going to choose a revenue neutral budget, then we are going to find those cuts. And they are primarily going to come on the county side, if I'm not mistaken, from what we've seen so far, because that is a major budget gap if we choose a county revenue neutral budget. It's like $10 to $12 million. So we collectively will be doing major cutting to the county side of the budget. And I just want to make that very clear to everybody in this room, including my colleagues. I will not be satisfied sitting here tonight, because that is politics, Mayor, sitting here tonight and saying, I'm going to go revenue neutral. You guys go figure out how to cut $14 million. We need to find that money. And I'm going to make that pledge again tonight that I made several weeks ago and asked all my fellow commissioners to agree with. The mayor said we still haven't identified essential services yet. In our budget workshops, we've been told over and over and over again what the constitutional services that we must provide are. We've been given the numbers. We know that they include the jail, the Register of Deeds, the district attorney, the election office, the health department, public safety, disability services, mental health services, constitutionally required budget items that we cannot say we can afford it because the state law requires that we provide them. And certainly if we could have some nice streets, that'd be good too. But we know what the constitutionally required offices are, and a lot of them are on the county side of the budget because state law says repeatedly, and I think somebody at one time told us how many times in state law county government shall is called out within state statutes, and it's a number of times. So I'm good with it. I'm just saying, we have to fund those things. They are required by law. So let's fund them. If we want to fund them at a revenue neutral rate, I'm good with that. We start tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I don't, we sat through weeks and weeks of being told and shared, here's what this department needs. Here's what that would cost. We listened. We didn't object in any way. Here we are. And here we are again on the night that we need to decide. If we choose revenue neutral tonight, I'm good with it. But by golly, every single one of us is going to be a part of finding these cuts. And if you could tell me again, Reggie, we have a slide that tells us on the city side and the county side at the revenue neutral rate, how many dollars in cuts are we looking for? And I'm good with it, as long as my fellow commissioners will help me work on finding where those cuts are going to come from. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner. I don't disagree with you, Commissioner, and I just need for clarity. When I talk about defining essential services, we know what some of the state mandates are, the jails. So I'm talking about some of those things that we haven't really talked about. Do we need another fire station at this point? Do we need another police station at this point? Is that going to lend itself to essential services? Do we need some of the things that I've heard some of our residents talk about with certain things that the unified government provides that maybe we're not mandated to provide? Those are the things that I'm talking about when you talk about essential services.
Mayor, I appreciate that. And I had asked Mr. Lindsay or Dr. Knieven if they could tell us again what they showed us earlier. And I'd like to have them go ahead and tell us the answers. On the city side and the county side, the cuts required in order to make a revenue neutral budget, please.
And it's on the city general side, we'd have to cut $8.5 million. And on the county side, it'd be $10.3 million.
Thank you.
And that's for structural balanced budgets.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that kind of ties in line where I'd really like to look line by line. I worked here. I looked line in line when I was asked to reduce my budget. And I was able to cut a lot of stuff out that I wanted. And I haven't seen that yet. And so I think I think that we need to be able to see that as opposed to a lot of these generalizations that, our residents are smart. And I think one young lady talked about the generalizations of our budgets and then how confusing they are to the average everyday people that come here. But I think we're obligated to really go line by line down to the penny and say, is this something we need or something that we don't need? Commissioner, I think you started it off. How'd you start your, I want to answer one more question. You started off your statement.
I think I started by asking about the contractual services.
The contract, thank you. Yes. when I was on the police department, I made it a point as a deputy chief to make sure that every opportunity I had, if we were able to, because sometimes you do, you get 3, 4, 5-year contracts. But as those things rolled over, we wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to RFP or put bids out to get the best possible deal. And sometimes the cheapest price always isn't the best. But you won't know until you do it. But there are, trust me, I know, I worked here. People don't forget that. I do know there's certain entities that have gotten forever contracts in some people's minds, and that's the perception. And those are the things that I want to look at, and I want to find out who those folks are. And I want to make sure that um, those people that may want to put in a bid have the opportunity to put in a bid, and that it's fair and equitable. And what I've seen in my time here at the unified government, and I'm not saying everywhere, but that should be our goal, is to make sure that everybody's treated equally. Because I've talked to a lot of vendors and businesses, they tell me that they can't even get through the front door. I don't know how true that is, but that's what they're telling me. And sometimes it's not policy, sometimes it's personality. I don't know. But when you talk about equity, that's where accountability comes in, and we just got to make sure that that's there. Hopefully that answered your question. I do agree with Commissioner Bynum as well, Commission. Whether we go revenue neutral or not, we should always be looking on ways to cut out the fat. And this commission needs to be looking at that anyway, whether we go revenue neutral or not, because a budget is going to be approved at some point. And I want to make sure, based on what we've heard tonight, because the overwhelming majority of the people that spoke tonight said, you raising my taxes is going to be a burden. And a few people said, I can't live here and I'm going to get put out of my house. And I hate to hear that. And that is a reoccurring theme year to year, especially from some of our seniors. And we've got a growing homeless population, and we've got too many properties in our land bank. We shouldn't be in that business. I challenge anybody to do your research on some of these communities that went bankrupt, and you'll see that they're not dissimilar on the way we've been managing the unified government. So, but I do agree with you, Commissioner, on that point, really, whether we go revenue neutral or not. And Commissioner Bynum has asked, and I don't think she got it this year. She asked that this commission be given options on things that they could look at and consider as a body and make decisions on things that maybe we could live without in a way that could provide cost savings. So thank you, Commissioner Bynum. Appreciate that. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about, just real quick, when we went revenue neutral, we were actually sitting all right, but we had some department heads that kind of went a little willy-nilly on their money without any transparency, if you will. And I would like to know if our administrator, or maybe if there's an ordinance we have to pass, but every department should get an approval on any dollar that's spent. Instead of, for one, certain department that just kind of blew their money on a bunch of stuff that we didn't need, but and nobody was watching them. So I think it's just one of 3 departments actually, but that's, I think, I'd like to see some kind of a request for any monies that is spent in their department, whether it's, I just don't want to just like, okay, this is our budget, this is what you get, here's your budget for each department. Well, if you're going to spend the money on whatever, I like, maybe our administrator can get like some kind of approval before the money's spent. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Administrator, can you answer those?
I'll answer that question before I ask our budget director a question. We do have procurement policies that guide our decision makers, that we do have purchasing threshold authority. There are departmental approval authorities that department heads have dollar amount thresholds. There are some that $5,000. Then I have authority, and then whatever goes above my authority has to come before you. So we do have those purchasing guidelines. And so every department has to follow those guidelines. So we do have those controls in place. The question I want to ask Reggie real quickly, on the county side, when you said $8.6 million to have to cut, that would get us to a zero reserve, correct? When you say a structurally balanced budget.
So that would get us to a, so cutting to a $10.3 million budget, I mean, that would get us out of the hole. Right now, if we would be at a negative $0.67 million in ending fund cash balance.
Well, that's not healthy either. So
No.
in essence, we would have to cut more than what you said to get us above to a positive cash reserve,
So if we cut the $10.3 million, it would get us
to a positive cash
yes.
reserve. So we need to at least get to that.
Yes.
Okay, that needs to be explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Administrator. I just want to make it clear, I'm not advocating this commission at this point to go revenue neutral or to not go revenue neutral. That is really the choice of this commission. I just want this commission to be mindful of the voices we've heard time and time again over the last 4 years. But I'm going to be neutral on weighing in on that topic. So, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, during the budget, we had multiple staff heads come up, the DA, the sheriff, police, fire, public works, and say they were all manpower short. And that's why we couldn't cut the grass. We didn't plow the snow when we were supposed to, you know, and this went on through the entire budget process. And we heard all of them say the same thing, that their people power short. And I want to try this one more time, Mayor. I move that the ordinance and resolution approving the unified governments exceeding the revenue neutral rate for both City of Kansas City and Wyandotte County, Kansas for the tax year 26 be adopted.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brewer. I accept that again. I want to mirror what what Commissioner Kane said. Our DA is dealing with another capital murder case. And it costs a lot of money. And he does not have the financials to be able to function in a way that we would expect our district attorney to function, dealing with capital murder cases involving some of Wyandotte County's finest. So, commissioners, when you think about everything we've talked about tonight, let that sink in the back of your mind as well, that the DA is requesting money, and at some point, he's going to need funds to be able to function in a manner that we want him to. So, thank you, Commissioner Kane. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to put.
If you would, let's respect our commissioner. She's speaking, so please, no more further outbursts. If you want to have any comments, you're more than welcome to talk to myself, any of our commissioners, our staff at the conclusion of the meeting, unless one of the commissioner calls on you and asks you directly for public comment. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. This goes back to what Commissioner Bynum was said. Either way, that we'll have to do some deep dives, but I guess my question is, and Administrator, I want to put you on the spot. This is just a general question. Again, going back to the statement I made earlier, when we look at where we're spending the majority of our money, in the city general fund, 58% is public safety. Do you have any idea, and given that this is, again, very contract laden, what, if anything, we might save out of that as we look at cutting, whatever it is tonight? And I'd ask the same question about the county. On the county side, again, that's 43% of the budget, public safety. So considering those are heavily contracted situations, part of that money, what reasonably, if you know, might be
It's going to be extremely difficult for us to look for personnel cuts, and we have 13 collective bargaining agreements. And those are long-term agreements that are fairly binding. And to ask a union for concessions are going to be very difficult. And so, I mean, we can always ask, doesn't mean we're going to get. And they can say no until next bargaining comes along. And to then, and those, so we have 13 bargaining units. So it's going to be extremely difficult to see notable savings when it comes to personnel cuts. As we've discussed during our budget process, we've cut the operation costs to the bone. And so there's not going to see much savings there unless you're willing to cut significant service qualities, levels to our public already. So if you're willing to do that, that's fine, but then our services to our citizens will have to be cut significantly. And then the capital side, you're just going to have to see deferred maintenance again, which is a service level cut. You're going to see equipment purchases that have been deferred again. And that, depending on what we'd have to make significant decisions on what we purchase and make sure that we're not creating safety hazards for our employees. So, you know, it's just, that's what happens when resources get depleted, is there are significant decisions. I know we have to make those at home as well, but it's when we're talking about having to provide the necessary safe equipment for our employees, we have to make those types of decisions, make sure they have the type of equipment to do their job safely. So, I think the mayor's point needs to be made. This year, we did not issue debt. That's part of the tax bill on the city side. We're limiting our debt to $10 million this year because that's part of the tax bill. Historically, one of the things that we did probably since when we looked at our behavior as an organization out of the recession in the late 2000s, part of the decade, we increased our debt, use of debt. And that's what got us to that 44% that the mayor mentioned. And we had to backlog. It should not be probably more than 20% to be a healthy community. We're at 44%. We need to drop that down, but that's the only way to drop it down is pay it off. And so that takes time to do, and you need resources to pay it off. So it's one of those conundrums that we find ourselves in. So we'll be having to have the resources to do that in our strategies, and we talked about that with our commission during our budget processes over this last 7-8 months. So it's quite a challenge. So
Thank you, Administrator. And I'd just like to follow with our Administrator as well. Let's make it clear. Every last commissioner here, I believe, cares about this community. I believe that, just talking to them. We don't always agree, as you know. But none of us got us into this mess. None of us. What you're seeing now is we're trying to find ways to cope, deal, and maybe get us out of this mess. We inherited this. There were a lot of bad decisions that were made, and this community and this government is paying for it now. And my goal is to say, a lot of mistakes have been made for us. We don't have to keep making those same mistakes. Let's do things just slightly different and start moving this unified government in a different direction. But nevertheless, you've seen the slides, I've seen the slides. There are a lot of financial challenges. And I don't think anyone in this community or anyone in this government that I've been able to hear has a concrete solution on how to get us out. But I can tell you, my position is and will always remain, we cannot keep taxing, spending, borrowing, and depleting our reserve fund on the backs of our hardworking residents here in Wyandotte County. That in itself has to stop. Commissioner Bynum, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to jump in on something you mentioned earlier, Mayor, and I may need Dr. Knieven or Mr. Lindsay to help me with this. With the district attorney's office already saying that we may be facing another capital murder trial, how much would that whole process approximately cost? That's question A. And then question B, how do we fit that into revenue neutral?
Reginald Lindsay, Unified Government Budget Director. So during the budget process, we had meetings with DA Dupree. And at that point in time, it was when Deputy Ming had passed away. He stated he had needed like $1.2 million to deal with that case. And so with the additional case, he possibly could need $1.2 million also. And so we were able to come to an agreement with him where he would be able to get through with Deputy Ming, get through what we had in the budget. But with this particular situation, we hadn't had any conversations with him lately on what happened today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lindsay. And I forgot to say Evelyn Hill, District 4. I'm just trying to figure out with revenue neutral, would that deplete us completely in that arena with the district attorney's office? I heard and I've learned over the last year that there's certain departments we definitely have to take care of due to state statutes. But what about this? Is this under the state statute, or is the district attorney's office separate? I'm just trying to figure out how would this extra money, and if we had another fatality, which I hope we don't have, but I'm just saying, where would we get that money if we went revenue neutral? Uh, I don't really mean to put anybody on the spot. I'm just trying to get a little clarity. Thank you.
Reginald Lindsay, Unified Government Budget Director. So district attorney's budget is on the county side of the budget, and everything we fund on the county side of the budget is pretty much state statute things that we have to do. And if we were to go revenue neutral, like this year with the expenses that we have built into the budget, at this current time, we would not be able to approve a budget without some drastic cuts to the budget, which would definitely include like some personnel cuts.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Budget Director. And I want to reiterate, Commissioner Hill brought it up. I don't want anybody, the Wyandotte County District Attorney has not made a decision, to my knowledge, on what to file on anything happening today. I know we're talking anticipation on if or he may take some type of filing action against the person of interest from today. But he has not made that determination, so I don't want any of us to get ahead of ourselves and speak for or on behalf of the district attorney, because that's his call to make. And I know we're talking budget as a means of if or he may do such things. We're talking in regards to that, just kind of projecting ahead. But I don't want any of us to make any statements in regards to any decision or official action that only the Wyandotte County District Attorney is authorized to make in regards to the incident today involving an officer. So for clarity, this conversation is basically a hypothetical conversation, nothing more and nothing less. And we will all wait on the district attorney to make a final disposition, whether or not his charging decision, and he'll be the one that will be his decision to make. So I just want to put that out there for clarity. So thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another point of clarity. And by the way, thank you, all of you, for your stamina. It is appreciated. With regard to the land bank, the reason Overland Park, Kansas doesn't have any properties in their land bank is because they don't have a land bank. And there's 11 cities in Johnson County, Kansas. None of them have a land bank. It doesn't mean they don't have tax delinquent properties. They do, and they hold tax sales on an annual basis. So just for clarity, we have a land bank because we had a tax delinquent property crisis, and we went to the Kansas legislature to ask permission to create a land bank, and they gave that to us. So we deliberately created our land bank here in Kansas City, Kansas. Mayor, again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm willing to work toward revenue neutral. I'm willing to start that process tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. I really would ask every single commissioner here to publicly state tonight that they are also willing to identify and direct the cuts that we need in order to do that. But in an effort to move us forward this evening and for the purpose that we might possibly be able to find our way to the middle, which to me could be a budget that holds our mill levy constant where it is this year, I would like to second the motion of Commissioner Mike Kane. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stikes.
Stites District 7, when are we going to, and I have asked, and yes, we do own the T-Bone Stadium. We've had many conversations around the T-Bone Stadium and that we do own it. And also Azura Amphitheater, also the golf course is an owned asset. When are we going to have the discussion of eliminating assets that we don't necessarily need to own? I've asked. I brought a buyer to the table for one of them, and they haven't been contacted. There's nothing moving forward with them, and another deal that's probably gonna go south on us.
Well, you are getting a list tomorrow as part of the commission's discussion on our assets for the entire commission. And Commissioner, we have contacted your potential buyer with the constraints that we have with their request. So we have been in contact with them. I'm sorry that they've given you erroneous.
No, that no one's given me erroneous information.
Yes, I've been in contact with that person as of last week. And
Well, I've asked them multiple times to press it because they weren't getting any feedback.
And again,
From the
I
UG.
contacted him last week with the information, and unfortunately, it's not the answer that they want. So,
Well, here, and maybe this isn't the place to do that, but,
and we'll have this discussion tomorrow night.
well, I'm not sure that I'm here tomorrow night. I'm here tonight.
Well, we're not here to talk about
Well-
this asset.
Well-
We'll talk about it with all the assets that the commission has asked for.
I'll ask it tonight, I think.
Well, here's the short answer. We cannot negotiate assets directly with a specific person. We have to, by state law, offer it to the open market.
Is that what we're saying that we're gonna do?
But as long as we have an active contract with a person, which is the current manager, we can't, we have to keep that, we have to respect that per our contract language. And that contract ends 12/31/26.
This year.
So we can put it on the market in 26, but we can't put it on the market before that.
Okay.
And we have passed that information on to the person that you passed on to us. So,
Mayor, call for the question.
Well, I didn't accept the motion, so there's no call to question. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, just some quick clarity here for legal.
Parliamentary ruling, he called for the.
Yeah,
Oh,
order.
I'm sorry.
I didn't recognize you. I recognize Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Lopez?
Okay. Real quick, I would just some clarity. Don't want anybody to, but I'm almost positive that, this would be for legal as well. She gets a minute here.
Yeah. Well, we're done.
Stand by.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No, I just needed some clarity. I didn't know, can I? Okay. Yeah, this was for legal, actually. Per the conversation from Commissioner Hill and the capital murder charges and the cost, I'm almost 100% sure that the state flips that bill. Is that correct?
No, that's the county. The state occasionally comes in to assist if asked, but the county
We're 100% sure on
pays
that one?
for yes, the county pays for the prosecution.
Are we reimbursed through the state later?
No,
Not at all?
no.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll now accept, there is a motion and a second. Can you repeat that, Commissioner King? What's your motion? Your mic.
Apologize. Thank you, Mayor. I move the ordinance and resolution approving the unified governments exceeding the revenue neutral rate for both the city of Kansas City and Wyandotte County, Kansas for the tax year of 2026.
I believe there was a second by Commissioner Bynum.
Correct.
Okay. Before I go, are there any other questions, Commissioner Stites?
Just for clarity, I'd like to know, will we have two separate votes? I know that was made in one motion for and that it included the city and the county, but will there be two votes, one for the city and one for the county?
Council?
Yes, Commissioner, the way the motion was worded, it will be one vote.
Okay, thank you, Council. Before I entertain the vote, I did want to recognize one of the Board of Trustee members from our community college. She's here and she gave me a note. She wanted for clarity, the college did not vote revenue neutral. The vote is on September 16th. So she wanted me to put that out. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Stites?
But there was a vote with the intent to exceed revenue neutral, I believe.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Okay. There's a motion, a second. I've accepted it. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Burrows.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Stites.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-3. The motion carries.
Okay. All right. There is no further business tonight. I want to thank everybody again. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
David, so moved. Second.
Who made the motion?
Davis.
Who's the second?
Bynum.
There's a motion, a second. Clerk, roll call.
Can you answer that question?
We get quiet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We need to do roll call, please.
If everybody would please, we need order. We have not adjourned yet. Our commissioners need to hear the roll call, please. Clerk, roll call.
Call David, or Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez. Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.